Call to order the Select Board meeting workshop of Wednesday, March 4th, 2026. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item is the budget overview. On.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you all for being here. I appreciate being here today to present our budget to you all. I also appreciate ahead of time your consideration in reviewing the work that we've done. A little personal side note, this is, I think it's the 15th state or municipal budget that I've been involved with. I can tell you each one has been a challenge. This particular budget, however, has been one of the most challenging. Not only did we have, and I don't know if people know this watching, but we had 10 new staff members involved in this budget. Public Works, for example, I invited all four of the foremen that were related to that under that umbrella because we don't have a Public Works director. So those were four right there. Myself, if you want to include that, I'm still new. So that was not a challenge so much as something that we dealt with and talked about a lot of different things that normally I don't think have been talked about. For example, when I brought to the attention to you all the leaks in some of the roofs. I kind of asked the question why that wasn't discussed before, and it was alluded that they really weren't involved too much, and so that's when I had to bring that to all of you so I could share the wonderful news about those types of things. The increases, I don't think for costs I've ever experienced in any budget, and it goes, I mean, I could list them, I think I gave them to you, but just a few for the public, electric, tipping fees, water, insurances, school taxes, county taxes, dispatch, software increases, maintenance contracts, legal, which I'm sure we'll touch on maybe at some point here, phone increases, gravel, numerous other, drug testing went up. So although these are not in our control, we obviously had to absorb those in our budget, which, this happens every budget no matter where you are, but the number of those things really surprised me. I shared this with you during interviews and things. My governing philosophy has always been to strive for the most affordable bill or tax rate, as well as keeping public services intact. That's a challenge. Upon arriving here, I observed, I listened to the board members, I listened to the public, met business community owners, our staff, and began to compile my list as soon as I got here about what this day would bring. I added, subtracted, changed my list weekly about what to include and what not to include. And I apologize to the department heads, but I know many of the changes that I did not, or requests did not include in their budgets was disappointing, which I'm sure I'll touch on with some of the things as we go forward here. Before I go any further though, I'd rather just tell you I want to thank our budget team. Obviously Nikki, Colleen, well, everybody's here. Rebecca, Mariah, I don't know if she's here yet. Georgianne, Ashley, thank you for your staff for putting this monstrous binder together, which is irritating, folks, believe me. The department heads, I think, very much so as well, because I don't know how we did it prior to me being here, but I asked them to come in. I told them I didn't want their wish list, I wanted what they wanted. that was fair to everybody, what they needed. I asked them to come back after our team had talked about it and just let them know why I was not including things, and if I did, I wanted them to tell me again why. I'm not sure that's ever happened, but I thought that that was appreciated by them. In reviewing comparable Maine communities of similar size, the general standard was a 3% COLA increase. There were several that were 4%. I hope you seriously consider the 3% that I included in the budget. I think they were fair. There were a small number of additional wage adjustments that I think are fair and appropriate too. This budget includes requests for 3 new positions, which we will discuss. I have reduced the paving budget from 700,000 to I think it was 575. One of the reasons I did that was I think Bridgton is project fatigued. I think you all have really invested in the community with these projects, and I just think we have roads and things that we're going to be doing, but nothing like you've done in the last 3 or 4 years, which has been substantial and also needed. So I felt that should be reduced. I am recommending the following capital items for your consideration. 2 lawnmowers that are, well, everything I mentioned to you is needed, in my opinion. A new plow truck, a new backhoe, which we will talk about. The new one will go to Public Works, and we will do a switcheroo to the one in the transfer station. Transfer station, I think as I've shared with you, was looking for a new one. It was a 2006 with 7,000 hours on it, 700, excuse me. And it was, the life expectancy was not gonna be much longer, so actually, I have to give them credit. They said we'd take the other one and give the new one to to Public Works, which is the right thing to do, but I don't know if I would have offered that early, but they did, so I appreciated that. Public Works work truck, the carpenter that uses our truck can no longer get the truck inspected, it's rusted out, and I believe I hope and believe we need one. 2 police department vehicles, which I am sure is going to be a discussion. And the fire chief threw a curveball late yesterday, which at first I didn't appreciate, but then I listened to him out of respect. And there's a late addition for a new fire truck that I had refused in the original budget at 1.6 million. And I will say, I hope it's seriously considered, because it was, I'm not gonna say a deal in quotations, but it certainly is much less. You'll find out, I think it was sent to you, and he'll discuss it in a little while to you, but this last minute additions throw curveballs in the paperwork too, so I just wanted to let you know that. We also created a standalone wastewater plant department, which should have been that way, I believe, initially, but it was not that way. It was included, obviously, in the Public Works stuff. We moved, and I say temporarily because until wastewater is self-sustaining, we made a major decision as a group to move all the, there's some debt there, as well as salaries into the general fund. And because all of us, and I'm looking at all of you specifically, have received, I'm going to try to be nice here, concerns from the public about the sewer rate, this brings it down substantially. And you have some paperwork on that. We will discuss that tomorrow, because that's the first item on the agenda. I can only hope that the public out there appreciates if you agree with this move. And also, if it happens, the lower rate, we hope, obviously helps new users or possible new users could continue that to join and get on board, and we'll have some different discussions on that yesterday about hooking up and all those things. But basically, I struggled with some of this to move things around, and the staff and all of us decided that to lower the rate, which we've all heard about since I've been here, quite frankly, I think it's the right thing to do. Now, whenever this new department becomes self-sustaining, which that's a whole different story, because obviously originally, and some of you were no, not all of you were on this, the 500 number of customers is far from arriving here yet, and we're about 200 now. So until we reach a much higher number, we won't be self-sustaining over there. But I think it was the right move to lower the rate. So, if this budget that we've provided to you today is enacted wholly, which I know it won't be, and that's just a fact, because I used to say no a lot when I was in your shoes. The mill rate is going to be below $9 a thousand. We are now at $8.25. Well, let's be fair, more specifically, it will be, and this is a range, between a 15-cent and a 35-cent increase and on the 825. So I think we've worked very hard to bring a workable, fair, responsible budget to all of you. I know there'll be questions about, well, let me just say this. Dennis Baru, our tax consultant and our assessor, provided those numbers, but they're not official. That's why I didn't give you anything. I'm just telling you, I called him this week. I said, listen, I really would like a number to provide my board within reason and not in cement. And he received all the numbers that we had provided through finance, and he put them in his magic, whatever he does, and he came back the next day with it. I said, I'd like you to sleep on this one more day, because I'm not gonna go in front of people and offer these numbers if something happens or you miscalculate it. And he wasn't insulted, he started to laugh. So he called me yesterday and he said, these are the numbers, I'm confident within that range. So that's where I am with our mill rate. I don't know what you expected. I will tell you I expected $10 to $12, which I would not have accepted, but that's what I maybe thought would be coming. I'm very pleased, although we'll have questions. The one thing I want to offer to everybody at this table, I have strengths and I have weaknesses. And Paul, don't be offended, I'm not a numbers guy. I know numbers. I can work with numbers. I have worked with numbers. But I think if you've all learned, try to solve problems once I receive all the information and the facts that are out there is my strength. And it's not always enjoyable, but that's what I believe my strength is. I have people around this table that know much more about numbers or their departments than I do. I feel I know a good share, but I'm not gonna lie to all of you and say I'm an expert, because I am not. So if there's a curveball thrown at us that I can't answer, it's going to be answered amongst these people here, because they know more about those things than I do. With that, Mr. Chair, that's my opening statement.
Thank you. I will move to, traditionally, we consider since it cuts across all departments, traditionally we discuss as a board the COLA % increase, so we can just do it once instead of coming to each and every single department and saying, oh, why is this up?
Okay, sure.
Before we do that, I did, because I am a numbers guy, and I did want to give a little bit of context to numbers, because,
sure.
Well, let's face it, I love numbers.
Yep.
Without, just to get a basis, without the fire truck in there, because I don't have the fire truck numbers.
Okay.
The total budget increases by 6.77%. One big giant chunk of that, of course, is the school and county piece. The school and county piece increases by 5.95%, so it's really less than the total budget, which means really the municipal piece
Yep.
is up 7.7%, and because there's been some changes, which we'll get to right off the bat, and in revenue, the revenue was up 8.83%, and the net to be raised via property taxes is up 6.89%. So I just wanted to give a numbers perspective overview of the budget, and
Thank you.
and then have that discussion about the 3% COLA, which I have no problem with. I don't know what the rest of the board thinks. Bob?
I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, 3%.
So you're looking for,
I'm looking for a consensus
Okay.
on the,
my consensus is I'm fine with the 3%.
I'm good with the 3.
that was very easy, wasn't it?
Thank you, and thanks for describing it that way, Mr. Chairman. Good, that's good.
All right, and I believe the first on the agenda is non-property tax revenue under Department 10. And again, just for people who don't remember, or for the public who never saw this, what we typically do is go through each of the departments one by one and line item as needed, I guess, to see where we're at. So if we turn to the revenue section, there's a few items that I have circled here that I have questions on. So maybe I don't know, I'll start at the top. I was surprised to see that the estimated boat excise tax is down to 26,000 from last year's 33,000. I guess I was kind of thinking that boats were growing, but
Well, I can't answer that, if they're growing or not, but I know we're busy in Ashley's department, and I don't know if she specifically saw a decrease in these things, but I only go with what those, were advised with after we had the discussion, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, so that was based off the figures of the last 3 years, averaged plus another calculation of where we're at currently with how many months we've already collected in the fiscal year. This could potentially be more because in the summer, the excise tax that is collected through the state rapid renewal service, that portion brings in a lot more, but this year it was less than historically speaking. So this is a safe number that will definitely meet for revenue, but I would expect in the next year, we'll see that increase, come back up.
upside potential.
Yes.
Yep.
One I had never, ever heard of, payment in lieu of taxes, which is always budgeted at zero, but somehow year-to-date, we have $4,100.
Yeah, I don't know where
I
that
haven't-
comes from.
If I recall correctly, of course, where I'm from, the pilot agreements are a normal thing. We call them pilot agreements. Oftentimes, and I'll use one example that I'm familiar with, churches feel badly that they're not paying full taxes, and so they make, some type of contribution, which has always been appreciated because they really don't have to. That's just the one example that I'm very familiar with. I am not sure, and I thought I asked Ashley this, the number is associated, and I'm gonna stand corrected, I thought it was a church at one point.
One of them is, I'm not sure what the 30 North High Street is though.
But I guess they don't have to do it. So that's why the 4,100 was in there previously, and we've just not received anything, from what I understand.
No. God bless them if.
Well, I always learned to be sensitive with churches in my previous life, so, and going to a Catholic school for 12 years, I have to be a little more sensitive too, I guess, but, that's the answer to that one. Because I asked that question.
I had the pleasure of Catholic school for 12 years as well, so.
Oh, well, maybe there's something wrong with both of us.
I'm just gonna say,
They affected us somehow, Paul, I'm not sure.
I'm just gonna say, that explains a lot about it.
Well, thank you, sir, I
30
appreciate
North High,
that.
is that the Presbyterian church?
I think so, right
Yeah,
next to the town hall.
Yeah, so,
So any organization that's a nonprofit and has been abated, their property tax has been abated, has the opportunity to make that donation in lieu of taxes, including like Bridgton Academy or
okay.
That's what I understand, yes.
food pantry, churches.
So it's not in, so it's hard to expect anything, to put a number there, so anything we receive in there is.
Right, right. Yeah, and really, the only reason that it stood out to me was that there's a current controversy in Portland with the city of Portland
Okay, but wasted too much time.
is forcing people to do that.
I would like to say, Mr. Chairman, that one of the reasons the boat excise is in the position it is because we're closed on Friday. And you know that a lot of our out-of-state people come in on the weekend to register their boats to us.
Or,
But it
just
didn't
like
happen.
car excise, does the tax go down with the age of the boat?
Yes.
Yes. It's all about-
And there are some
it's a cheaper,
trailers that
smaller
now
boat.
people don't have to pay excise tax.
That hasn't gone into effect yet, but yes. And most, I mean, it's actually probably pretty down right now because for the last month and a half, the state did not send us stickers, so we could not do any registrations in the office. So everyone had to do it online or wait till we got stickers. They're in now, but limited supply.
I will tell you that not all things go down according to age.
Really? Well, maybe you can convince people to register their boats on Sundays at the transfer station. If it ever happens. Just a thought, sir.
You probably double the number.
Well, I don't know, but, okay.
Right.
Keep going, Paul.
And again, I'm going down order on my questions. Anyone can jump in with anyone, but I'm gonna move immediately to the giant big one.
Yes.
Which is the use of undesignated funds of $800,000.
Yes, sir.
Which is obviously a big number and a couple of $100,000 more than the prior year.
Absolutely. And I gave that a lot of thought, and I started with the fact that you historically used 600,000. And looking at the increases that I mentioned to you and also have sent to you out of our control, the bargaining unit wages now are in full effect. I was hopeful the 3% would be accepted. And then I looked at the fund balance, and it still will be a little over $5 million, undesignated, with that removal. So I'm gonna give you a philosophy that I'm just not trying to cause a problem here, but I've always, well, some of the places I had no fund balance, okay, when I first got back. So when looking at what we have, and I didn't disturb with that number under 5 million, I felt that's taxpayers' dollars, as you all do, and I felt it would be a good way to, help with the mill rate as well, without disturbing over the 120-day. Usually, if you're in trouble, you have 30 or 60 days. 90 is operations, which is good. 120 is very, very healthy. So I felt between helping us with the mill rate, giving some of the tax dollars back to the people in this regard, and not disturbing our $5 million too much at all, I felt that was the right decision to make. I know it's a big difference, but I just felt that was the responsible thing to do. So
I agree, I just wanted to highlight it for people,
Yes,
that this was a source of an additional 200,000 of revenue
yeah,
compared to
and
last
I
year.
did, as you know, because we talked about some of these things, I did think of, 650 and then 700, and I maneuvered as I was taking things out of the budget and in things, and so that's the number I came up with. So thank you, because I did do that for sure.
Those were really my revenue questions. I don't know if other people had revenue questions. Carmen, did you look at?
Well, to be honest, I couldn't remember if there was an estimate in here. Okay, I was just looking at the estimate for state revenue sharing. No questions.
Good.
All right, we ready to move on
Hey,
then to?
Can I just ask something, excuse me, Mr. Chair? State revenue sharing has always been a challenge no matter where anybody is. And I don't know this answer. I know we'll never know exactly what they're gonna give us because they just don't tell us until they wanna tell us, which is not fair. Is there once in a while in your experience that they've given you more than you expected? Because not in my experience.
Yes.
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 During there was
Okay.
that period of when were getting all those government
Oh,
funding.
That was, you're talking about during the pandemic?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's not ever gonna happen again.
no,
No, but
well, yeah, but it's very rare then that we probably get close to what we're asking or what they're gonna give us in the history. Okay. Because I was trying to figure that out and I didn't. I figured all of you would go
Although in
through
the
it.
case of the marijuana revenue sharing, we got zero.
Well, you and I talked about that.
And I keep bringing that up.
And I think the world of you when you bring it up because you're right, by the way.
it's coming any day, Tom.
Well,
Check's in the mail.
Right down to zero.
yeah, that's boy, oh boy, so.
You can pass anything, but it doesn't make it through
I
appropriations,
know.
don't count on it.
Great point, thank you.
All right, we're going to head toward expenses and start with Department 17, the town clerk's office.
Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm great, thanks. How are you?
Good. Good.
$250 seems low for office furniture. I know you guys utilized everything that was in the back room that everybody else had discarded, and I am so impressed.
Yes, we are quite scavengers when it comes to rearranging furniture. 250 is comfortable just to replace that one desk. We haven't really needed to increase it. Otherwise, that's the need right now is one desk.
I have no questions on the town clerk budget.
One thing I would like to highlight is I have 2 employees hitting 5-year longevity this year, so that makes me very proud. It was nice to include that in my budget.
Should be proud of that.
And we're very fortunate that you're gonna receive your certification as a Maine clerk too.
Oh, yes, and that too I'm excited about as well.
You're ahead of schedule and
Certified clerk. I'll be taking the test in July. I've completed all my courses and my hours in the last 5 years, and now I'm finally due for certification, so I'm excited about that.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And I told her upon that, she cannot leave and get another job anywhere at this point.
Well, it's always the risk.
That's what our discussion was, quite frankly.
Get her to sign a document, that's how town clerks work.
But that is true, that's right.
So, are you ready for consensus?
Consensus on town clerk.
Right. I'm good.
Excellent. Assessing, 012.
The only change you'll really see on this one is the inclusion of a filing system to upgrade the one that we currently have, to utilize the space we have available to us. We currently don't have enough space to incorporate another drawer set, and all of our map and lot drawers are absolutely full. So this would be a one-time cost for the office furniture, and the filing system would be much better for organization.
So this system is located in the clerk's area?
Yes, where all, that back wall where all our black cabinets are now, it would be, all of those would be replaced with a single filing, like the court system has, where it does have the exposed folders, but it makes it easier for us to access them and put them back, and also utilizes vertical space, so that way we can shift some stuff around. I don't know if you've been up there recently, but it's pretty crammed with all the stuff we got going on, so it'd be nice to kind of rearrange a little bit, make that more comfortable.
I think it's more than nice, I think it's more efficient, and actually, I should not have done this, but when I was asked about it, I went out and I didn't insult Ashley, I don't think, but I just wanted to measure what she was asking for on the wall, so it was gonna fit. And then, of course, my next question is, well, where are all the other ones, the old?
And those can be utilized by other departments. We still will have some use for some of them, but if there is no use, then we could sell them to another municipality, we can donate them, something to that effect. I imagine all of them will be rearranged and used in other departments, though.
And just for the benefit of those who are watching at home or watching, or will be eventually watching the recording of it, our assessor, of course, is John E. O'Donnell and Associates, and their assessing costs are slated to rise from $50,000 to $52,500, 5% increase. And their work with tax maps are increasing from $8,500 to $10,000. So just again, just as an FYI to people, I don't have any, there's a sheet in here that explains from them why they're doing it. All right, can we have any questions on assessing? No. Can we have a consensus on assessing? Yes.
You good back there?
General assistance.
The database, WellPAC database, is that required by the state, or?
It's not
does it just
required.
make your reporting much easier?
So both. So the state is supposed to eventually create a system that we are utilizing that would be, from what I understand, free to municipalities. But in the meantime, with the increase in cases that we've had and all of my staff being trained on taking those cases, we are finding that it's extremely difficult to keep tabs on where in each case we're at, what's required, when follow-up is, and because we're open to take general assistance applications anytime our office is open, and then also emergencies 24/7, it could be any one of us getting a walk-in. I mean, some numbers I'd like to share is between last Wednesday and this Wednesday, I've had 10 applications. Each application takes no less than 2 hours to complete, so even if I have all my staff on it, it's a lot. And in Cumberland in the state of Maine, from July 1st of last year to December 12th, there were a total individuals served in the state was 18,563 people. So we are seeing increases here, but it's also because everywhere in the state is seeing those increases.
After looking at, through this budget, all the software licensing fees and all that, $1,500 isn't a lot.
And I felt that was very fair, and it was created by a general assistance administrator in Portland who actually works directly with me to establish the program. She's available for like technical questions or help and support throughout that time, and I have had a demo of the program, and incredibly sophisticated in the sense that we can scan and secure documents into it in a confidential location. And any one of my staff can go in and see where something was left off with any particular case and be able to seamlessly take that over, so.
That's my only question about general assistance.
I had no questions. Only to say, actually, and again, for the benefit of people at home, the budget last year was 20,000. This year it is 24,000 roughly. I've rounded some numbers. And I guess I would have thought that it may increase more, and I think people sitting at home when they read the paper and they read all these articles may also have had the impression that it was going to increase more.
So, yeah, and that's the accounted town portion of that. I mean, I do consider the fact that we get reimbursed 70% for most cases, 100% for some, through the state, so,
Yep.
yeah.
Questions? No? Consensus? Yes? All right. Elections is a new separate category. I always call them cost centers because that's my prior life, but
They are.
Yeah, I felt it was important this year to segregate the election costs specifically from the town clerk department because it is very specific to elections on what we have to pay. So it felt, for reporting purposes and analysis over years' time, it would be better to have that.
I agreed with that. I thought it should be separated out and reviewed instead of, and don't take this the wrong way, actually in the bigger budget. I just think this is something that should be separated.
and again, I think it helps the public see that there's probably, unlike what they may suspect, that, the cost last year, budgeted cost that you pulled out was 20,473, and the budget this year is 21,727. And again, I think that's an increase that is much smaller maybe than public perception would be. So it's good to see it detailed like that in my mind. Discussion?
Just one thing about last year's budget, we held pretty tight range on the budget because we didn't have a town manager and we wanted to hold people back so that you may see some increases more than expected because we didn't allow them last year. Just a point, with some departments.
All right, consensus, just for the record? Yep. All right.
Thank you,
And
board members.
you're good to go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thanks, Ash.
Good to go. And we turn to number 31, the police department. I've already asked.
And where do we put in the budget to,
Don't tow my car, Phil.
get new binders that actually work?
I'm gonna share something,
I'm just kidding, I'm just
I'm
giving
gonna
them a
share
hard
something
time.
with you.
Go electronic.
Well, that's gonna, yes.
Oh, that's what I've been doing, trust me. Oh, yeah.
I have to share the process here that Rebecca lives next to Dan, and the rest of you have binders that essentially work. And when I was trying to help put these in, which maybe is a problem with a lot of the things not in, I refused to do that one because it got so aggravating, and I said I was not gonna do it.
Well, they just gave it to me because I'm the new guy.
I never said that. I was just happy I wasn't gonna work on it anymore, but I felt badly for you. Don't worry, we'll take care of that next year. Electronic.
All right, so maybe, and there's a lot here, let's face it, in the police department. Maybe you can just give us an overview, I guess, focusing on new requests and the need for them.
Definitely, and thank you for this opportunity. I do appreciate a chance to hear your questions and to discuss what I put before you as I believe are the needs of the police department to serve the community. And Mr. Chairman, I will definitely address the requests for increases. I just want to explain what I just handed out to you. This is a document that I've been working on in preparation for this meeting and just for discussions with the public. We are constantly going over our data, what are we doing as a police department, how are we serving the community? And what I've handed you, and I have extras in case others are interested, but this is basically an analytic of 2025 and what the police department has done, 6,754 calls for service, and how that breaks down towards arrests and like. It also shows the top 8 calls for service altogether. And then some other issues regarding speeding and what we've gained from our solar signs that are up around town, which are constantly counting the vehicles that pass by and the speeds that they generate. And I bring that up because I think speeding will be a question that we'll talk about as we go into this. But just for the board's, just for me to pass on to the board in preparation for this, I've looked over what our data shows that we've encountered this year as a police department, and I've also looked over some of the guidance that I've received from the board over the last year as to what we should be focusing on and how we should be deploying our resources, and also the analytics that we have from devices around town like the solar signs. And I guess I would only say one more thing and then I'll get into the increases, is that I just want to remind both the public and the board that, as a police officer in Bridgton, Maine, is expected to do basically 2 things, proactive work and reactive work. Reactive work is summarized mostly in those numbers that I've handed out to you. Those are times that people call us and ask a question or ask us to look into a fraud or find a missing person or investigate a crime. Those are outside of our control usually, we're responding. And then there's the proactive work, and that's where we're driving through the neighborhoods and the roads and promoting public safety with our presence and sometimes stopping speeders and apprehending drunk drivers and things like that. And so some of those numbers are reflected in your timesheet as well. A couple things I just think are helpful. If a police officer in Bridgton, Maine, if their only job today was to drive the main roads as a patrol unit, driving the speed limit and doing their job as a patrol officer, just the main routes, be about a 2-hour time commitment for them to do that. If they were going to patrol every road in town in a reasonable way at the proper speed limit, it would take about 5 hours. That's what the numbers would show us. And so I think those are just some helpful things to put before the board as we talk about what the budget looks like. Going down, Mr. Chairman, as you had said, to talk about some of those increases, the first one that I think we would all see is under item 1020, and that would be the traffic safety officer. As I had said, in looking over the minutes from the board meetings this past year, I saw a substantial discussion around speeding, the fact that speeding is an issue, not just in one location of town, but throughout town. It's a robust issue with complicated, it's not just a matter of one size fits all answer to a problem. And I would remind the board that this is a request that I also made last year, and to Mr. McCatton's point, it was decided we're going to hold off and not do any substantial increases. But I think a traffic safety officer is the perfect solution for what you have been discussing and what you've been hearing from the taxpayers this past year. It would offer me the opportunity to have a dedicated staff person, and their job would be the traffic safety, the speeding in town, and how to tackle that, both through enforcement and education. I know one question that would be asked is, well, what's this person going to do when they're not stopping speeders? What are they going to do all day? I would draw your attention to my data sheet that I gave to you, and just as a number that I think is helpful, those 4 solar signs that are all throughout town, they count every time a car passes. They counted 3,700,000 vehicles that passed by. There's a lot of vehicle traffic. And they also noticed some dangerous speeds. Just to make a reference of a couple, South Bridgton Road, it showed someone going 114 miles an hour at 6 p.m. South High Street showed at 6:30 a.m., someone was going 116. On Kansas Road at 10 PM, someone was traveling 98 miles an hour North I Street by the Old Town Hall. At 12 o'clock, 12:30 in the afternoon, someone went by at 91 miles an hour. And these are obviously concerns that we would all say are important. What a traffic safety officer gives me the ability to do is to have someone always looking at this data and responding. So they would go on a regular basis, pull that data from those signs, listen to concerns from the public, and then deploy their resources to help, I think, adequately handle that problem.
Besides those outliers that you mentioned there, do you have of the 3.7 million, do you have, like, what percentage of times were people going more than 15 miles an hour above the speed limit? And I just picked an arbitrary point.
Sure, yeah, we have that allowable amount of speed, right? Not everybody that goes a mile over gets stopped, gets a ticket. Usually, don't tell anybody, but usually we let people, if they're going 5 miles, 10 miles, sometimes over, depending on the place, we'll let that go. What we call dangerous speeds or ticketable speeds or stoppable speeds is usually 10 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour or over. I have the documents, and I didn't supply them in the backup because I did that last year and it was too much. So I do have those reports, and I can give that to the board whenever you'd like to see that at any time. But the reports are thousands of pages.
I was just kind of looking for the totals, like.
Yeah, generally speaking, a fair estimation to give the board is probably about 50% of our drivers are going at the speed limit or under. 50% of that number, and probably another quarter of that were in that allowable speeding range. So about a quarter of these are stoppable or up in that dangerous, realm.
And Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Go for it.
Okay. On the sheet you just handed out to us, it shows 975 traffic stops.
Yes, sir.
Last year, you were not up to full capacity in the department. You went from, I think, 7 to now 12.
10 full-time, including myself.
That was close.
It was good. It was an allowable range.
And you did 975 without a full staff, and now you're asking to add another individual to do mostly traffic stops. But in all actuality, that individual, if there ends up being a shortage in the police department for some reason, would be pulled in to handle that shortage, the gap.
If we fell below the mandatory minimum that there is to cover the road, we would use that police officer to prevent a force in. Yes.
Right. Personally, I think that a full staff of 11, I'd like to see another year as to what that number of 975 would increase just with your full staff that you now presently have on your staff now, that you have your full staff compared to last year, which was obviously a tough time to hire police officers. So, in my personal opinion, I don't think we should hire an additional officer this year.
And if it's helpful, I did take a little bit of the data and overlaid it. I took all the dangerous, those speeders that were 10 miles an hour or over, and I didn't do it. I had artificial intelligence do it for me. But I took that data and compared it against all our calls for service, all those reactive calls for service. And my question was, how many of these speeders were speeding while my officers were tied up on a call, were occupied helping a citizen? Because I think that's a valuable piece of information. And it was about 50% of the time that my officers were occupied assisting a citizen and unable, for whatever reason, to be a deterrent for that speeding problem. But thank you, Mr. McCaffrey.
Well, the other thing is that I'll slow down, so that will drop that.
Wow.
Thank God, Bob.
That'll take care of the 116 for us. We gotta take care of everybody else, so.
Just a point of clarification, you have told me many times, actually you've complained to me many times about speeding on your road, haven't you?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted,
That's why I said I'll slow down.
well, it's not you that I'm worried about, okay?
Park them in my driveway.
So anyway, that's, yes, you had that discussion since I've been here.
I think going at it a different way, because you have uninterrupted patrol time. We have a lot of roads, and people are speeding. If you put one more officer out there full-time, what are the actual chances that they are going to be in position to really make any significant amount of reduction in, by making traffic stops? Now, there is also, I know, the like sort of placebo effect of people being notified that there's another officer out there, and so even though they're not in contact with the officer, they don't see the officer, they will slow down. And certainly for the general public, there's also the effect of, oh, people don't seem to be going as fast now because I know there's another officer out there, even if people are going the same speed that they always were. So, I mean, there is some differences there, but I'm just wondering at, like, what the cost is, because I see the officer at $80,600 of salary. I have to figure with benefits, it's gonna bring the total up to at least $125,000. And I believe one of the new cars that you're requesting is also for the officer. So it seems like it's about now the car I know will last longer than 1 year, but it seems like it's about a $200,000 all-in maybe cost to hire this person. And I'm, in a different way than Bob approached it, I'm questioning whether we're getting $200,000 worth of benefit about it.
The return on the investment question, and if it's okay, I'll speak to that.
Yes.
I think that, one of the things I don't want to do is pigeonhole this into being a traffic stop. We're just paying for more traffic stops. The intention of this position is traffic safety, and it's going to be certainly traffic stops. It's also going to be education. It's going to be working with the public. It's going to be proactive. For instance, there's speeding in our road. So sometimes the speeding in the road isn't actually speeding in the road. It's a truck that looks like it's going faster than it is. Or maybe it's a matter of a discussion, or there should be a traffic control item in that area, say a stop sign or something else, that should be there. But that person, that individual is going to be dedicated to that endeavor, working with the public. They're also going to be reacting real time to the data that we're constantly pulling in. The numbers I gave to you are a snapshot of last year, and we're looking at that going, those are some incredibly dangerous numbers that we're seeing. My officer is going to be able to check in on a bi-weekly basis, pull that data, and say, someone's speeding on Mr. McCatton's road, and they're doing it at 9:30, they must be getting out of work. And so they're going to read and react. So in my opinion, and also just kind of looking back at some of the discussions, I believe one of the discussions at a board meeting, a member of the public recommended staffing time for an officer to do these types of traffic stops, and I know the board was favorable, at least in their discussion at that time. So just replying or responding to that guidance and what I saw from the board at that point, looking at my experience, looking at the numbers, I am certain that this particular, this tool, this individual, which is a patrol officer that would be hired or in the realm of the collective bargaining agreement. I mean, we had to put a number on there, but it could be someone that gets paid less than that number. It's a patrol position, and depending on how many years of service they've had, it depends how much they are paid. We just don't know what that person will be because I haven't brought that person on yet. But I would say strongly that I think the board, the public, the taxpayers would get an incredible return on their investment.
I'm going to say strongly, I disagree. You now have a full cadre of officers. If you can't get 5 hours a week out of somebody to do traffic, I'd be absolutely shocked and severely disappointed. I think now that you've got a full cadre of officers, you should be able to set aside traffic. I'm assuming all of these officers know how to make a traffic stop.
Absolutely.
I don't think we need to create another position. I understand speeding is an issue. Everybody complains about speeding. I don't think we need a full-time officer just to handle speeding. And the education for the public is, once they pay a speeding ticket, they're probably not gonna do it again. So I would not support a traffic safety officer.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I get what you guys are saying with that. I see a lot of it firsthand. Phil, could you explain, even with a full-time, full force, you have periods, daytime, nighttime, where you only have one officer?
Correct.
Even if you have a fully staffed, all 10 plus you, or whatever the full amount is. They're handling these calls. They're not gonna have that 5 hours a week or a day to go out and do patrols. Because they're tied up on a domestic, or they're tied up on a accident, or they're tied up at Rennie's or Hannaford for a theft. You know, what we see for a call, yeah, it only takes that officer maybe a half an hour or an hour at Rennie's to talk with the management, you know, about whatever the incident is. But then they have to come back and do a report. And they have time that they have to sit in their desk and do those reports. So I kind of disagree. I think we need a full-time out there. Can you just kind of explain
Sure.
a day-to-day operation of when
And
you are
yet
fully
somehow
staffed?
we managed to fulfill state grants for speed traps.
Just to, I'll speak to Carmen's point, and then I
Yeah,
would speak to,
sure.
so I think you're talking about the Bureau of Highway Safety Speed Enforcement Grant.
We've gotten those in the past.
We have gotten those in the past, and we've applied for them, and we're granted them. We're not always able to fill those shifts, and we turn back a lot of money. We do apply for that, because I think it's always reasonable to look for those funding, other funding sources to try to get officers out there. But those are voluntary. I can't force somebody to take those speed enforcement, speed education details. This would be someone's 40-hour-a-week job that they would be signing up for, they would be tasked to do. And I get your point, they all know how to do traffic stops, why don't they just do more traffic stops? And I would say, as a 5-year comparison over the last 5 years, we're going up about 500 calls for service. That's the interactions the public is asking from us per year. And to Mr. Harden's point, those are not just a quick answer a phone call and hang up. Usually there's more follow through. It's going with a person to the hospital, it's doing a report, it's various subsequent things that occupy that officer's duties. On the bottom, if you're facing that paper I gave you, on the bottom left-hand corner, there's a little chart, and there's a solid line, and then there's a dotted line. If you can see that chart I gave you, that is a metric that shows all our calls for service by time of day. So every bar is either midnight to 1 a.m., and what that shows is it goes up and down depending on the time of day. The dotted line shows if I am only able to staff one officer. Now, even with a full complement, we have people that are out sick and take vacations and go on leaves and things like that. But just for a comparison, just for something for the board to see and for the public to see, that dotted line shows what it looks like that one single officer would be covering for a 24-hour period of time throughout 2025. The solid line is if we were, let's say, at 2.5 officers the whole time. To your point, Mr. Harden, the one officer, you know, let's say they go out to do a traffic detail, which we try to do, especially in the school zones or when we get those phone calls. If I assign my officer to go enact that, to go do that, nothing is gonna keep them there if a call for service comes in and someone has a suspected prowler in their backyard or something like that. This, in my opinion, gives the department operational flexibility. It gives us the right tool for the right job. And my job is what you have given me a job to do, is listen to the public and listen to their concerns and listen to you. And the guidance throughout the last year was to find a way, other than just one specific sign somewhere, to address the traffic safety problems, and this is what I've put before you, so thank you for that question.
So if you have a new traffic safety officer, and they work 40 hours a week,
Yes.
that's what we expect,
Yes.
right? And it takes 5 hours to patrol local roads,
If it was
if you're
uninterrupted.
just driving around uninterrupted. So for 40 hours a week, would you say 30 hours a week would be spent actually doing speed traps?
Well,
Giving them 20 hours a week to do paperwork and go to court?
I guess I would separate that out. The 5 hours would be my patrol officers doing their patrolling work. If we just said, you know, Officer Harden, I'd like you to go patrol now, and that's all you're gonna do. If I sent him out to patrol every road, it would take him about 5 hours. If we were setting up a speed enforcement or a speed education zone, speed trap as you're calling it, if we were trying to educate the public to drive safely, yeah.
What does educate the public to drive safely mean?
Well,
And you mean your cruiser sitting on the side of the road and you're prepared to go and pick up somebody? Because that's a speed trap. That's not
I would argue.
education.
I would argue that a speed trap has the goal of trying to write tickets, and I think what we're trying to do is educate the public to drive safely. I know in my own experience, if I'm driving along and I'm not looking around, you know, I could be going much faster than the speed limit because I'm not looking for it if it's a nice day and I'm listening to the radio. But if there's an officer sitting on the side of the road, that automatically educates the public, whether or not they're getting stopped. But also, what I would say is that we have young drivers, we have drivers who have experienced.
Yeah, so back to the 30 hours.
Sure.
Would we be able to have a cruiser with an officer on the road 30 hours a week, just educating speeders with possibly tickets?
Absolutely. It would be, I mean, at any given time, right now, I could put my finger
So
on.
how many, in 30 hours, how many people do you suppose they could interact with?
I think if we look at the high volume traffic of the commuter traffic, if we talked about, and this would be a flexible schedule, so let's say we have a speeding problem that's at 11 o'clock at night, we're gonna flex that schedule, and the contract gives me permission to do that, flex that schedule to accommodate the need. But as an estimate, I mean, we're looking at 3.7 million times people pass those speed signs. One of my officers.
That's a duplicated number, so.
Well, I mean, it's just a number of whenever someone passes the sign.
It is.
But I would imagine that there would be many public members that would be influenced because
So
now.
how many people could you pick up in 30, how many people could you educate in 30 hours?
What's the average traffic stop? How long does it take an officer?
An average traffic stop is gonna take probably 5 minutes to 20 minutes, depending on if there's a ticket to write. If someone is sitting in the school zone here on Portland Road on a busy morning, their presence and their ability to be there, whether or not they stop a car, if they slow everybody down, that could interact with hundreds of people in that one time frame. And then if we add into the fact that we're responding strategically to people whose neighborhoods don't obviously always see that, you know, if someone on a far end of town says, I have a speeding problem in my area, and I can deploy that officer to sit there, I think.
So if we
that
hire this person, we can expect to see a cruiser out on the street 30 hours a week?
I would imagine to say 40 minus their breaks, you know, that would be their.
Probably that means a quarter of the residents of Bridgton will lose their driver's license because they'll be repeat offenders, repeatedly educated.
I would argue that we would have to.
I'll give you a ride, Bob.
We may have a budding Uber service in town at that point, but I would say that we would have
I
a
just
very.
feel like over the course of a year, we don't need somebody out 30 hours a week doing traffic for the town of Bridgton. I mean, we're not talking Westboro, Portland, we don't have as many miles of road, we don't have as many transient traffic going through. I just don't see the need for a full-time traffic officer, especially when we have a full cadre of policemen.
I agree, maybe for slightly different reasons, and that you have these statistics on really four roads that definitely have the most potential in the town for high speeds and for speeding. We have all the other roads, which honestly, I hear complaints about all the time. Oh, people are speeding over here on Bennett Street, whatever. I mean, the patrol officer is not really going to be, because they're trying to go by statistics, they're not really gonna be on Bennett Street. Then, I don't think,
I would expect if we had a full-time patrol officer, they'd be on every single street in this town over the period of a year.
once a year, yes, they might make it to
No.
Bennett Street.
No, look, what, we got 8 officers at 40 hours, is 320 hours a week. 16,840 hours a year.
May I ask if you have an idea of the average revenue that the town brings in from a speeding ticket?
Zero, we don't bring in revenue from speeding
Zero.
tickets.
In fact, we'll have to pay the officers to go to court.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Correct.
From the speeding.
So that's the other 20 hours. 30 hours on the road, an hour to do paperwork, 20 hours in court.
And to your point, Mr. Chair, if Bennett Street called and wanted extra traffic enforcement, under what I propose, we would be able to accommodate that on a regular basis, and do creative things there.
Right, the difficulty comes when Bennett Street calls, Elm Street calls, Hillcrest Avenue, for God's sakes, my little dead-end road, when they call.
Then the 40 hours adds up quickly.
Because all these streets do call and do say they're speeding, and again, you can only chop this officer up into so many pieces. I would be against this, obviously, from my statements, but I would also like to see, in terms of the timing of things, I really would like to see of these 4 high-speed areas, the number of, and again, this is a quick AI thing, the number of greater than 15 miles over the speed limit by time of day. Because again, I think what you may see is that you'd have to recruit an officer who is essentially working a second shift of, working nighttime, really. That might, you might find that might be where the biggest gap is. But I'm looking at 80,000 salary. I'm looking at, again, I conservatively, I'd say you'd bring it up to 125 with benefits, another 75,000 roughly for a car in operation. I'm against investing that this year, in this budget year. And again, I'm keeping my eye on the municipal increase here of 7.7% in total, and I'm trying to pare that down.
2 quick questions, and then I think we should go to a
Yep.
vote. One question is, on your electronic signs, and they pick up the speeder, does that give you also a number plate or anything?
It doesn't.
Can't get that?
No.
Okay. The other question I have is, if there's a new police officer, will he have to go to the academy?
It would have to be a certified police officer, so either we would hire someone who has already been to the academy at some point, or hire someone new and put them through the academy. It would have to be a certified officer.
And your academy nowadays is 6 months?
Yes, well, 18 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if there's no other comments, can we come to a consensus? I'm on the no side. Tommy?
So we're just doing a consensus on the
Adding
addition of a
this, adding
traffic
this
safety
particular traffic
officer?
safety officer.
I'm on the no side.
No side.
I would vote yes.
I'm on the yes side.
All right, so it's an overall consensus of no.
Moving down to, if we're just, Mr. Chair, hitting the increases that are most substantial, moving down to 1040, you may have questions on why overtime went up. Wouldn't want to try to sneak that past you without at least explaining the increase. This is the first year that the newest collective bargaining agreement has been actualized into our numbers. So last year's overtime budget was calculated without the increases. This is a new overtime budget calculated with the increases. So that's the reason why that number went up, is that was a bargaining unit, and that is an average and understanding of previous years of overtime spent.
Did we have in last year's budget that, it just slipped my mind, I guess, if we did, the required overtime for the K-9 care was 7 hours of overtime per week?
That's been in the budget for the last 3 years.
It wasn't in the proposal.
I appreciate you mentioning that, Chief, because that's one of the first questions that I asked when I met with him, for the record.
Going down, I think you'll notice that one number that decreased was our open shift account. That funds the officers that come in to fill vacant shifts that are on. It's different than overtime. That was because of a look at our previous numbers spent and trying to come up with a number that better fits the needs of the department. So that number did go down, and that was the reason for that.
Appreciated that.
Yes.
So on community policing, and this is just a question. How many police officers do you think should be required at an event like Music on Main?
Personally, I think we should have at least 3, if not more. Community policing is a personnel budget line. I actually removed a little bit of money from that, and I'll explain. Community policing covers the cost of the 4th of July, Music on Main, times where we have people come in to do community events. 4th of July is an all-hands-on-deck day. I don't let anybody take the day off, and so that expense comes out of that budget line. One of the things that had said in the description for many years was it was for equipment as well for community policing events, but I was told that you can't pull money for equipment out of that particular place in the budget. So I took 500 from that and moved it to another place in the budget so that we can get community policing items, whether it's items for children or supplies for an event. That's the reason why that number changed.
If we had a community event that was high risk, is it legal for the town to request the event holder to pay part of the cost for PD?
I would not want to speak on the mass gathering ordinance because I don't have that memorized, but I believe that's the only way that is currently codified for the town, for the board, to tell someone that they need to have, and we've talked about that with some mass demonstrations throughout the last year, that's the only place I'm familiar. Moving on to, and please go back to anything that I skipped over if you have a question. I know I have to get some items in 3050, small equipment. Some of them are related to, one of the questions I got was, what's a voter repeater?
I asked that question.
And so, as
We all know, Don, what it is, of course.
you know, I thought maybe I could slide this into Ashley's elections because it says voter on it, but this is not that. This is a contraption, this is a device that gets plugged into the cruiser radios. Every one of my police officers has one of these portable radios with an antenna. And if they are out responding to a call for service and they need dispatch, they take their radio and they key it up. And this little antenna has to get to Shawnee Peak or Pleasant Mountain. and then get to Wyndham. And what we find is, and Mr. Harden's familiar with some of the places where his fire department radio doesn't necessarily always work so well, the way the demographics are, it's hard for our radios to get out sometimes. What a voter repeater does is it takes this antenna and makes it talk to the cruiser radio first, and it basically piggybacks it, and it increases our ability to get our message out. If an officer needs help or assistance, or if we're doing community policing in a tricky part of town, communication is everything, and this increases our communication infrastructure. Other items?
Can I just quickly, I hate to be anal about small numbers, but they're 2,700 each, the total is $10,344. How many repeaters are you getting?
One for each of the cruisers. They go into the cruisers. Each cruiser has a radio, and so it would go into the cruiser, or at least however that number breaks down, as many voters as I put in for. It would go into cruisers, and they would attach to the radio in the cruiser, and that would be the way it works.
So, it just doesn't multiply, but it's a small amount.
I could have, my math could have been off. My intent here is to get voter repeaters to go into the cars.
The last three items of that list are the only three items that I think are absolutely necessary in that group. I don't think we're going to have a town of 6,000 people. I don't think we're going to have serious civil unrest.
I think just what you're speaking to is, my request here is for items related to civil unrest, less lethal uses of force.
Gas masks and
Ballistic
the
shields.
stuff that go with it, ballistic shields. Don't put yourself in those situations. Pepper spray, we have, last year we invested in tasers, quite an investment in tasers, including the maintenance program.
I
think that you're brilliant to look ahead for the use of all these things. I just don't think we're there yet.
If I could just draw to your attention and to the board's attention, what I saw last year in Bridgton specifically was the regular pattern of demonstrations. Now, I'm not speaking to the intent of anybody who is demonstrating, but there has become the regular practice now of demonstrating for or against a ideology, and that's happening publicly. That happened most significantly at one point where we had 2,000 people show up unpermitted. And again, I'm not speaking to anybody's intentionality towards anything, but it was something outside of our governance. We had 2,000 people show up in a particular area of town. And at one point during one of the events and I think it was not necessarily as it was perceived, but they surrounded a cruiser and created a issue for my officer to have to talk through. So we're not Portland, we certainly aren't, but I think that whenever we have people that are standing out and speaking up for what they believe or disbelieve about a particular item, that also invites people that believe differently than them and counter protests alike. And so my forethought in this is not only I apologize. My forethought in this is not just the fact that we have those demonstrations, but also our 4th of July has become an event that we actually brought in staffing from other agencies to assist with because of the vulnerable population there. This would just provide us with the tools necessary if we should have to deal with them.
Well, it's just my opinion. I'm sure others will think differently, but that's my opinion. But I do understand totally the hardened laptop, the investigative equipment, and anything that increases your communications. I support that.
Do we have any gas masks, or these 10 gas masks would be the only 10?
Only 10, brand new.
The 1942 ones, we feel are outdated at this time.
We currently, these less lethal tools are currently we're not replacing or adding to. We don't have those. We have pepper spray that the officers carry with them, but nothing like the rest. And I do have 2 certified instructors on staff right now.
I also noticed an increase in ammunition,
Yes.
which I understand is for training, et cetera.
Yes.
I'm very happy to see it's not at shooting at people. So it's something that, not shooting at people. So
Eventually.
I would definitely support that. And most of the items you have here are, you know, I always look at it as the growing pains of a business. Well, our town certainly is having growing pains. Our society certainly has changed. And these are just tools that you need to handle today's society.
Since Karen raised questions on some of the small equipment, could we get a consensus one way or the other, or any further discussion about the small equipment budget? Any further discussion? Can we reach some consensus as to whether all these items are good, or we want to, as a board, remove some of the items?
I'm
Good by
into-
me.
I'm fine with it, I don't need to parse it down.
Dan?
Yeah, I'm fine with it the way it is, because, you know, I get, you know, you say we're not Portland, we're not Westbrook, we're not here, we're not there. But then you go to the news and you watch the stories of incidents that happened in my small town. Well, I never thought that would happen here. We can't think that way, you know. We do have these protests that happen. We do have these events that happen. It can happen here. It can happen at any time. And if we don't have officers prepared for it, and they have to use deadly force versus, you know, a pepper ball, you know, versus, you know, something else, I think giving them the tools that they need is essential. You know, my goal would be, I don't want to say it, but, you know, yeah, we spend the money, but my goal would be, let's spend the money but not use it. It would be the ultimate outcome of anything that we do with the police department.
Sort of like life
So.
insurance.
Yeah, so I would say keep it the way it is.
I'm fine with it the way it is. So that's consensus then. On that item.
Keep going, chief.
Moving down, Mr. McCadden raised the ammunition. That was an increase. Does the board have any questions on ammunition?
I think that's just a general, I mean, I carry myself and I go to the gun range. The cost of ammunition has skyrocketed in the last year and a half, just in my personal stuff that I do. So I can see why it has to go up the way it is, just because that's where society is now.
Moving down, Mr. Chair, I don't necessarily see any other increase items other than the vehicles, which I know the board will want to discuss, but actually, I apologize, under equipment, I do have a sign radar trailer. That is a item that, this was recommended to me by my staff. We currently have one sign trailer that we use to give messaging out. This would be another, say if we're doing a speed education location that we want to warn the public about, or if we're doing a community event, we'll be able to put signs up in multiple areas if we need to team up with emergency management to let people know about a change in warming shelter or things like that. This technology has increased, so this sign trailer comes with a year of free cellular connectivity. So we would not have to drive there and hook up to anything. We could change the messaging, and it also has radar and basically the same capabilities as the signs for which I gave you that data. It just has a lot of functionality and I think would be valuable to the town.
So we just have one other,
We have
Sign trailer.
one of those right now.
but this doesn't include the little stationary signs.
Those are separate. Yeah, those are different. I'm talking about a big message.
This is like the one that,
Okay,
like,
no,
that you,
I got it.
this is like- and again, I always urge this use of it, which is to notify people that there is an election, and put it up by the gazebo, where it's at least
And this would help us to
Traditionally been.
get people coming and going from town.
Right, so you'd have one on the other side as well, and people would know. The example I can think of is the election. I'm sure there's again, other things.
And then finally, the two cruisers are my recommendation this year. Last year, we did not keep with the pattern of adding to the vehicle fleet. And so now I do have 3 cruisers that are above 75,000 miles. I am recommending that we could switch with these instead of an SUV, going to a patrol-rated pickup truck. Again, I just think that's a versatile type of vehicle. I don't want all pickup trucks, I don't want all SUVs, but I would assign these trucks to my supervisors. They would be useful for transporting equipment. They would have the voluntary compliance that I sometimes talk about. You know, when we got a Dodge Charger, every Dodge Charger at night, all those headlights became police cars in the town of Bridgton. People slowed down when they saw those because they didn't know it was just Ford Explorers anymore. I think that there's value in that aspect of having some variation in a patrol fleet. Adding to the fleet is a necessity this year. Our mileage is going up. It's going to be an added cost, both through staff and equipment, if we let these go above 100,000. So I think now is the time for us to make this investment in the police motor pool.
I've had experience with this in several places, and between 70,000 to 85,000, that's the time to look at these things. I know last year we did not give any. I also talked to our mechanic just to see how much time he puts into the aging fleet, and it's not substantial yet, but it's more than average. And I just feel rotating these things. The other positive thing is, and this isn't a reason to do this, but it's very helpful. If this is supported, which I support, one of the vehicles will be given to another department. And in the past, it's usually been either recreation or public works. I think, this is down the road, I know this is, forward thinking. We have a lease coming up in the next half year or so about our electric vehicle. And we'll end up having a discussion whether to buy it out or not, or buy a new one. I would not buy a new one for a lot of different reasons that we don't control. This hand-me-down, and I hate that term, if you vote for 2, goes right here in this parking lot for our staff here instead of using the electric vehicle. Because we do have to make a decision half a year into next year about that history, or not the history so much as buying it or not, buying it out. So I think this is also a helpful thing if you do support the 2. That's not the reason only to do it. I would not tell you that, but it's a consequence. It's very positive if you do that.
I support a truck. Just putting that out there. We discussed it last year.
One, I support one truck. Well, again, it reads, in order to accommodate the addition of new staff, since we deleted one of the new staff, it would seem like we could delete one of the trucks. And so
Unless you wanted to have a robust motor pool in the police department, then please go ahead and add a truck.
I would support one truck.
How many of the police cruisers currently are over, or right at that 70,000 mark?
3 of them.
3.
3, okay. And you could say on average, what does a cruiser run per year?
I don't have that number in front of me. I wouldn't be able to tell you.
I mean, I can tell you, just in my business, I run 25,000 miles a year, so I could probably guarantee that your cruisers are putting on at least 25,000 miles a year, if not more.
Yep.
So we're looking at, by December, these things could potentially be hitting 100,000 miles.
Yep.
And I mean, I can tell you from my personal business experience, I don't keep any truck generally over 100,000 because the cost to maintain them and the downtime with it is astronomical. And, I believe when you purchase new vehicles, they also come with certain warranties that our town mechanic doesn't have to deal with, other than your normal brake wear and tear.
If you had purchased one last year, I would say one would be fine in my opinion. I understand why we didn't, plus we weren't at full staff, which I'm sure that was part of your decision-making. I just feel that next year, if we have one here, we're gonna be, I mean, I'm sure you're gonna request at least two. I mean, I hate to think that far ahead, but I mean, you have to, because you'll have an aging fleet of 3 now that would be gone, so you'll have to do something, but that's just my opinion. You all know what you're doing.
Well, that's questionable, but Bob,
No, I didn't know.
I was just gonna say that was a nice compliment.
Yeah.
Anyways, that we're all knowing what we're doing. In the past, we always used to follow the state police turnover of vehicles, and the reason we did that is we used to buy the state police vehicles, and they used to turn them over at 100,000 miles. And that's when we bought our fleet. Today, and I really didn't agree with all of that, because in the past 10 years, a car didn't last any more than 100,000 miles. Today, it's a different program. Today, cars last a lot longer than 100,000 miles. So that you don't have to turn over a cruiser at 100,000. I would think you could probably go to 125,000 because of the time frame. But that all depends on your mechanic and how much time he has to work on a car like that. He could tell us blah, 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 whether or not it's a good deal or not. But I think that that's something we all have to just look at in the future and see where cars, and last year I told you I would support a truck for a few reasons that you mentioned, but also in the wintertime, a 4-wheel truck is able to get down into camp roads probably a lot better than a cruiser, depending on the amount of snow that's on those roads. So I definitely support a truck. I think it's a smart vehicle to add to our department. As Paul pointed out, we have right now consensus about not hiring a new police officer, so we dropped down to 1 car. And I would probably at this point support, because of the 3 other ones, 1 car also.
I'm good for 1 car, Carmen. You're good for
Good for one truck.
1 truck, rather. Bob's good for 1 truck.
And a car.
Carrie?
So Bob wants a car and a truck, so 2, is what Bob is suggesting, just for the record.
Oh, okay.
I know the car's
I guess
not
we
in
don't
there.
have that on this.
It's not in there, but what he just
Yeah.
said, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Bob, but you said 1 car, 1 truck.
Okay,
Right.
say 1 car, 1 truck.
You mean by car, you mean like another
Another
Ford
cruiser.
Explorer,
Yeah.
another Explorer?
Right, yeah. Cruiser, yeah.
And
I'm good with that.
you're good with,
Truck, car.
Dan?
Yeah, I would be good with the car and the truck for sure.
3 to 2? 3 to 2, car and truck.
Can I just
Chief, you're gonna
clarify
need some
pricing?
pricing.
Yeah, well, that was gonna be my next question. I know we did it that way. But can we get a price comparison from you of what 2 trucks would be versus a truck and a car? Because they're probably gonna be similar, and trucks sometimes might be cheaper.
The prices, I've looked at prices on both, I didn't supply any quotes, but the
Okay.
prices are comparable. If the board moves forward with this number as projected, I will be able to work with the town mechanic and get 1 car, 1 truck.
Okay.
In our numbers.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, anything else?
Going, we're gonna move on to animal control.
Can I just clarify once again? So we talked about removing the cost of the traffic safety officer. You are fine with all the other numbers as they are? And yeah.
And changing the number for whatever turns out to be a car and truck, and
Yes.
maybe the people who suggested a car and truck may be able to reconsider if it turns out a car and truck actually cost more than 2 trucks.
Right, and well, that's why I had asked for the numbers to come in, because, you know, we know the number based on what we have here is, where are we, 140,564 for the 2 trucks. So if you come back to us and say, a car and a truck is gonna be 146,000, but we can get the 2 trucks at 140, I think the people that voted would say, let's just go with 2 trucks then.
Yeah, and we do have, even though this hasn't been published yet, we do have on the next regular select board meeting agenda, follow-up and that would be an example
Yeah.
of one we could follow up.
I'll have those numbers for the board for that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So Colleen, it would be the manager's request
Yes,
on those numbers.
yes, yeah.
And that would change, all the social security and everything else, all those numbers, obviously.
Yeah, that flows through based
So
on
we have a
removing that officer's
$1,600,000
salary. Yeah.
PD. Nobody should ever be afraid.
We have to support education.
Yes. Pay as you go.
Oh, very good.
Board like to talk about, animal control should be pretty easy, the board like to talk about.
Just take a consensus.
I wish you could come and control
Yes.
my cats.
Oh,
Consensus?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
Okay.
I don't want anybody.
Thank the board for your support, appreciate it.
thank you.
Thank you.
I'm
I'll bring
good.
my cat, you bring your cat, and they'll cancel each other out.
Paul, do we wanna take a?
Yeah, we'll
5-minute
take a
break?
5-minute break.
Nobody
5 minutes is up.
successful.
There we go. And the fire department
We're here.
is here. With, maybe you can walk us through this as it stands in our books and then talk about this suggested addition that you came up with. Yeah, we can just go down, I did not personally have any issues with this that I can see as it was originally presented in the town manager's request.
I don't have any problem with anything that's permitted in the town manager's request.
Can I ask a question that's probably not relative at this point, but I'm sure we'll talk about this, I guess, because it's the fire department and the police department previously. There's gonna be a discussion at some point, I don't know when it's gonna be in the next day and a half, about, our public safety building and putting money in a reserve. I did not do that, I just want you all to know that, because I didn't know what to do.
We will tell you what to do.
That's why I'm just mentioning it now, so it's in here, so you all
We created
know.
that fund last year, but we didn't fund it with anything.
Right,
But
I
this year,
just,
definitely.
because it was police and fire, I just now throwing that out, because I know sooner or later you're going to tell us what to do.
And I'm gonna throw out that when we get to that page,
Yeah,
I had a question on it because there's a table in there that has items that add up to 129,000, but then the total number that's listed is 169,000. And so I was thinking that 40,000 was really for that public safety building, and when we got to it, you were gonna say that.
yes, I am. Thank you, that's why I need direction sometimes.
Okay, so we'll hold that in abeyance until we get to that page.
Thank you for your leadership, Mr. Chairman.
And we can tackle the fire department.
Thank you, okay, let's, go ahead, sir.
I have no problem with anything on these 3 pages that, under the manager's
Tom, but
requested amount.
I have no problem with any of the items either. Any questions, comments from down there?
Just light my phone.
Don't say that, please.
No, not today.
As long as you have a permit.
It's like saying the Q word to us. Don't say that either.
No.
I think free speech ends there, right? Fire in a crowded public room. All right, are we going to go for a consensus then, or? we gonna have some-
Yeah, we already did.
Well,
We just didn't include you.
All right, that's all right. That's all right.
I'm way ahead of you, Paul.
I'm typically way behind.
No, you're
All right, we have a consensus on the fire department town manager requested budget as presented. And now Glenn is gonna talk to us about an opportunity that came up apparently yesterday,
Yes.
that he would like to consider.
We've talked about this a little bit last year in the budget process, was, in terms of capital, Engine 6, which is the truck in West Bridgton, the West Station, is coming up on 25 years next year. And we talked about the police department with mileage, replacing vehicles. Mileage is not something that affects the fire department, usually, because we don't accumulate a lot of miles, but we have the vehicles we have them for a long time. And because of that, we have two other issues instead of mileage. One is obsolescence of parts. When things break down and trucks are 20 or 30 years old, they're much harder to get parts for. We ran into that with one of our trucks back right after I started in '21. A piece in the transfer case broke and we couldn't find one anywhere in the country. Scott and I spent about a month looking and we just could not find that shaft that broke. And we ended up selling the truck as is, where is type of thing. It was not drivable and you couldn't use the pump on it because of that piece that was broken. That truck was right at 30 years old, and that's what we typically see, is once you get into that 25 to 30, you're starting to get on borrowed time. The truck in West Bridgton is 25 next year, and we talked about it last year as far as replacing it. The other issue that we run into with fire trucks now, and I think maybe some of you might have seen this, there's been some stories on the news recently. If you go out and order from pretty much any manufacturer that I'm aware of in this country that makes fire trucks, an engine now, it's gonna be 2.5 to 4 years to get that truck. From the time you order it and say, go, build that truck for me, it's gonna be that period of time for a whole number of reasons. And because of that, I talked about this last year, and I wanted to bring it forward again. If we wait till the truck's 25 and then you order the truck, now you're halfway to 30 by the time you actually get the replacement here and swap the trucks out. So I was trying to cut some of that down and get closer to the 25-year replacement. What I came up with yesterday, I've been talking to several different manufacturers, just getting information, and one of the things that there's a lot of questions about in the fire truck business is the 2027 federal emission standards that are being imposed by the federal government on not just fire trucks, but all diesel trucks, tractor trailers, all of them. The engine manufacturers are struggling to make these adjustments, and they're basically designing new engines. And with that, what we have found out is it does a couple of things. One, unfortunately, the new engines with just adding the emission controls, same truck a year later with the emission controls, is $90,000 to $100,000 more to cover those costs. Everybody in the fire service just stand there kind of mouth open saying what is going on, but that's across the board. It doesn't matter who you talk to, for a manufacturer or an engine manufacturer. That's what the cost is settling at. The other part of that is we now have a whole bunch of emission control equipment that goes in a compartment that we can't use for space anymore. Usually we've got a full compartment on the passenger side of the truck to put equipment in. About a third of that is being taken up by this emission control stuff, filters and afterburner, all kinds of stuff. I don't even understand all of it. It's the engineers that are figuring this stuff out. But I had kind of resigned myself to the fact that we're gonna end up with one of these trucks. The other issue is, I personally don't like being the guinea pig, getting that first truck or the first generation of that kind of technology and having to deal with the problems. Even if it's covered under warranty, you've still got time for our mechanic to diagnose it, and then we've got to get it down to Portland to the Cummins dealer for service if there were something to go wrong. And the truck's out of service that entire time. So with that, I was talking with one of the salesmen, trying to get some more information, and he said, we do have a truck, an engine, that is being built. It's, if you think of it as a generic or a spec truck, the bigger builders will do this when they have a gap in their production line. And they'll say, okay, let's just build a generic truck. We know we're gonna be able to sell it because of this lead time issue and whatnot. They have one that'll be coming off the line in late summer, early fall. It's not exactly what I would have ordered, but it's close enough that it would work very well for us. And most importantly, it would even fit in the West Bridgton station. And I say that tongue in cheek, but we have small doors on the front of that station. They're only 10 foot high. And the station, the depth of the bay is not very deep. So we have to be careful of what we put out there for an apparatus. There's only so many that are gonna fit.
Excuse me, so you're sure, in
Yes.
front of everybody and on television,
Yes.
that they vote for this, it's gonna fit?
I'm not a numbers guy, but these numbers work, okay?
Don't come back
It says
here.
9'8".
Well, listen, I appreciate
Is
that,
that with
Todd.
the air in the tires?
That's everything. That's air in the
Because I
tires.
hate to have to take the air out of the tires every
That's-
time we're back in the
That's-
building.
I dealt with this, because I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And
I
it
know.
was a problem.
And I am very well aware of it, because I see those articles now and then on Firehouse Magazine or something. that-
So on record, you're saying it's gonna fit?
Yes, and that height that Todd just mentioned is without water, so when you fill the tank with 1,000 gallons of water, it settles down just a little bit more.
It compensates for the air in the tires.
And we have to make sure the front is plowed.
I'm telling you.
There's no snow out there.
But I got that information on that truck from the salesman yesterday, and essentially, the truck would be available, late summer, early fall of this year, of 2026. The first payment, if we went with a lease purchase with them, and I included the numbers on that quote as far as the interest rate and everything, but the first payment would not be due until July of '27, which puts that first payment due into fiscal '28. So if we make the commitment for this truck, it has no effect on this year's budget that we're talking about. The first payment would be due out of the next fiscal year's budget. I thought that was significant, number one. Number two, it's a fairly short lead time as far as getting the truck replaced. Number three, we have bought, the last 4 trucks we have purchased, engine 1 at Central, the 2 trucks I purchased from Missouri, and our tanker, have all been used trucks. And our overall age of the fleet is creeping backwards to some degree with that. This would allow us to put a new vehicle in place in the fleet to kind of soften that blow a little bit. And as I look at it, the ladder truck is due in 2034. That's the 25-year mark on the ladder truck. So this vehicle would be paid off just before we're getting into replacing the ladder. For those reasons, I thought it was worthy of discussion and to see if it's something that the board wanted to move forward on.
Excuse me, chief, you forgot the most important part. It's almost $1 million less than what you asked for, and I refused.
Well, that too.
Well, I think that's a pretty significant reason to bring it to the board.
And
How much, I
mentioned
know,
that
I know,
last
you sent that note, but how much is it again?
849, as it sits, I would like to put, it's amazing how trucks built in Florida don't come with like the drop-down tire chains that we use all winter long. I don't know why, but, those are an easy add-on. Those could be done by the dealer right in Brunswick, as a matter of fact, if we were to go that route. So there would be a little bit of additional cost beyond the 849, but it would probably be under 875. My original capital request was for 1.6. I was planning for the worst, hoping for the best. This is about the best that I can get, that I can think of. It gets us away from that new motor and emission standards, which would make it a lot easier for our mechanic to work on and keep running. And it's obviously a lot less money, and that's why I'm bringing that forward. And I know I just found out about it yesterday morning, so if I'd known about this sooner, I would have broached the subject sooner, but it just became aware of it yesterday. And that's why I sent the memo out and whatnot, to try to get you folks some time to think about it.
So it's really, from a budget perspective, it's really a commitment for next year's budget.
Correct.
Unless you wanted to break it down a little bit, I mean, put some money now.
What he quoted,
And then,
and I included that with your memo,
No, I don't agree with that, but.
the quote was for zero down, financing the full 849, for 7 years, the first payment due in July of '27, and the interest rate is 4.69.
And that quote is good for 14 days, so,
Yes.
Yes,
so
and
we wouldn't really necessarily have to reach a consensus right now. We could reach a consensus or an agreement at the March 10th meeting, is that correct? The regular March 10th board meeting?
that would be 1 week from the date of his proposal.
Well, the fact of the matter is, we can reach any consensus we want, anytime we want, but it has to be voted on by the voters. So what would happen in a perfect world is that we would agree today, and the chief will go back to him and say, we have an agreement based on passage of the town warrant at town meeting. So we really can't sign or commit to anything until after the voters have acted on it.
Correct, and that's kind of what we did with the trucks from Missouri, is we said that we were gonna purchase, we did give them some earnest money, a deposit, and we said,
And these guys may ask for that.
that would be dependent on town meeting vote, the wholesale being contingent upon town meeting approval. What the salesman told me is all they would need right now is an email just saying that we intend to purchase it with voter approval.
Carrie had a question.
Well, it kind of piggybacked on what Carmen said, with that price apparently being so right, I would think there might be a sense of urgency to at least try to lock it down, even though it has to go to a vote, because we're not the only fire department in the country that's dealing with an aging fleet.
Correct, and that email would do that if we were to proceed. That would lock it down and, in essence, make the truck ours pending town meeting approval.
So Chief, what other big equipment do you think we need in the next 7 years?
Let me refer to
I
my
mean,
little list.
You got lots of equipment, it's cool stuff.
Right,
I wish I was a firefighter. I want to drive the Gator and twin
one thing,
tankers.
one thing, and we started this last year, was money to replace our air bottles, which will have to be done in fiscal '28 because of a DOT regulation. We can only use them for 15 years.
Oh, that wasn't in this budget?
It is,
It is.
under capital request.
It should be, yeah. What we did, the total was gonna be right around 88,000 to replace all the bottles. Last year, we put 22, I think you suggested 22,
Paul did.
To start a little early on that, which we did, that's in reserve. So what I did is I took the remaining 66 and divided that in half this year, half next year. And then towards the end of fiscal '28, we'll be able to purchase those bottles when they're 15 years old. They're due in the spring of '28 is when their expiration date is. So that's in there. And then the next thing really is, and some of this is a little bit of a guess because we're dealing with some used apparatus. It's very easy to say, okay, a truck lasts 25 years, you buy it new, you know. With engine one, which is at Central Station, that's the truck that Chief Fay bought, it was rehabbed when we got it. So I think we're gonna get more than 25 out of it. The body on the rear of that truck is also a very heavy stainless steel body of good quality, so I think that's gonna last us more than 25. The chassis is a 96 truck. But that I had projected it at probably 2031. So that would be the only other thing other than the bottles in that time frame that's gonna need replacement. A couple of the other things that I have set aside that I had on my list was like the generator at Central Station is coming up on 25 years old. Doesn't get a lot of use because we don't lose power right downtown a lot. But that's something that we can deal with the station when we get to that point, as part of the equipment there. And then the same thing for our air compressor, for filling our air bottles after a fire. That's at the station, I believe that's between 20 and 25 at this point. But again, usually that's considered equipment going into a new building. So if we're gonna do that, if we're not, then we will have to go back and visit those two items. That's it.
Let me ask you a question, Chief.
Yeah.
Going back to this new truck you're looking at. Originally, when we bought the ladder truck, it cost $1 million.
Well, not quite, but like $750,000, but.
Come on. When you got done doing everything you did, painting and everything else, we were close to $1 million. Whatever the price was back then was a lot of money. And one of the problems was that it wouldn't fit down camp roads. Agree or disagree with me there?
I would disagree, and I'm not gonna
Okay,
say,
I don't want you to talk anymore. You can disagree with me.
I'm not gonna say absolutely every single, but the vast majority of the camp roads, we can get that truck down. It's more maneuverable than we thought initially.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
Probably knocked down some trees on the way down, too.
Oh,
That could
No.
go up,
ladders are in, yeah.
that ladder truck can go up 105 feet.
yes,
When we originally bought that, and at the fire station, they had it, and I went up in the ladder with the owner of the company, and we got to 60 feet, and that was enough for me.
it's a good view
But
though.
being that year I was being not loved by the fire department with some issues, they then took me up 105 feet. I could see Portland. And I could see maybe a change in my underwear if it didn't come down pretty soon. That was a wonderful experience I went through. And also, the truck ended up being a valuable truck to the department.
Yes, it has.
No doubt about it. I don't think the fire department generally has made any bad purchases over the year as our department has grown with the town needs. I think they've done a great job down there.
Thank you.
And
Feel free to disagree, Glenn.
And I feel that on short notice with this truck, that you received a short notice, and that's why we're getting it now. Dollar-wise, mechanical-wise, one would have to say that this is a good value and a good time to make a purchase. Job well done, as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you.
And I would support this 100%.
I would also support it. I don't know how we would have to word the warrant question necessarily, because we would be getting voter approval to expend funds in a future year for the purchase. But I'm presuming there's some way we could do that.
Nikki says we've done that.
We've done similar verbiage for other vehicles where we make the commitment now, but it has to be approved by the voter. There's specific verbiage that's used for that.
Good.
You got a question out back?
Oh, Al. If you would.
Is it necessary to bring this question to next week's meeting, or can it be decided today in a letter of intent and sent out basically by the end of the week? If everyone here is already in approval of actually putting some intent, do we have to wait till next week to do it?
No, we don't have to wait till next week to do it.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you can, right now, agree to a letter of intent to be sent out to hold a truck for next year?
Correct.
Okay, well, I was just curious if you were going to be doing it or not, because it sounds like it was a great deal. And it's an opportunity that doesn't come along very often. It's over $1 million less than what he was asking for. So ideally, you saved about $1 million, right?
I don't know. Chief finds a lot of good deals.
I
If
know.
he bought all
He's
his
great.
good deals, it would be like Blondie and Dagwood.
Yeah,
Could you be my investment manager?
yeah.
I just want to say, just to put it in perspective, I know I'm here as the fire chief, and, you know, we're talking about the budget and all that stuff, but I also think about this when I sit down and look at the budget, and try to put stuff together and talk about trucks and all this stuff, is I'm also a citizen of the town that pays taxes. And I know I'm a tax, you know, I look at both sides of that, and it's not just a wish and want list. You know, I do get to pay taxes the way everyone else does, and I try to keep that in mind, so.
I've already spent that $1 million you saved us.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's a public safety building, right?
Well, just to end this, so I went down and I asked the chief, well, you ready for tomorrow? You got any questions and this and that? And he drops this on me, and of course, I think you all know me pretty well. I go, what, now? Are you crazy? I can't do that in this. And so we took a step back and we listened and we checked things, and we got Colleen involved with the numbers and the leasing thing, and I fully support it. I don't like the timing when it's the next day we're here, but I believe that it's a good, appropriate, responsible decision to do this. That's all I told him. So we worked on it, and then I had him send you something just to send it to you.
All right, can we reach a consensus on that?
Yes.
Yep.
Let's get a big truck.
Yep.
And we just need to make sure that we have, on the March 24th meeting, when we finalize the warrant, that we have the verbiage ready to go.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right? Civil emergency.
Here we are.
In this budget, there was a request by Todd, and I mentioned earlier in my opening that there were things that I, subtracted, added, tried to make some sense, and then I was worried about the mill rate and all sorts of things. And since I've been here and going to some of the events in the summer, I realized that we don't have our own, well, we have to borrow Cumberland County's apparatus and the emergency, well, I think it's, what term did you use, Todd?
It's a communications.
Communications trailer, and I went in it and I looked at it, of course, I've done that before, and the fact is that we do need one eventually. I think we need one now. If I could blink my eyes and you all would say yes. It's $450,000 in today's dollars, and I was gonna put $150 for 3 years in the reserve account, but I didn't do it. And I just wanna say that not that Cumberland County doesn't help us, but they have their issues or timing and events and things, and we don't always have it. You know this. So I didn't include it, and Todd was a gentleman about it. But if we had plenty of money, I would have started a reserve fund for that. But I just didn't do that. I just wanted you to know that.
It is something that we'll want to look at down the road, and just keep that in the back of your mind as these events become larger, and like Phil was saying, we have things happen, up along Maine Hill or whatever, and the 4th of July events, and it's becoming quite a deal. We have multiple agencies that we are paying attention to, and of course the drone use has helped, but it's becomes a little cumbersome sometimes when we have to have multiple channels, multiple people on those channels, just to make sure that everybody's on the same page when some stuff happens. So it's just something that we want to think about. If you wanted to try to put some money aside in equipment reserve, that would be great, but I understand if we don't want to at this time.
Yeah, we do have, as the town manager indicated, a pretty big bottom line already. Can I ask you a couple questions about something? You also have a lot of, you have ballistic vests, you have 4 of them, the police had,
Yeah.
I forget how many of them.
So we have 4 of them, just for our pilots. We are sometimes put in a situation where we're a little close, and we have to be for surveillance for the officers. And every once in a while, we're close enough where we can actually see the person with the, if they have a weapon in their hand. And I just want to make sure that we are providing our pilots with all the protective personal equipment that they need to assist the PD when that happens.
Paul, this was brought to me by Dan and Todd, and I listened to both of them, and I know that our drone work is becoming more active, and people are seeking our help, and they convinced me, being close with the people that are not nice people, that they would appreciate it if we could do this. So that's why I said to put that in the budget.
Maybe a more generic question, I guess, around civil emergency. I mean, I look at this and I love drones, and I think they have a lot of great usage and all, but I'm just like guesstimating all these drone items and people's time spent on the drones. It looks to me like a third of the budget or more is really drone related under civil emergency, and is that where you see really civil emergency focus, as opposed to maybe, I don't know, most people I think would think of civil emergency as kind of like a boots on the ground type of thing, or supplies, or, are we headed more and more towards civil emergency being drones?
Not so much in a sense. So quite a while ago, I saw the drones that were being used out of York County to go search for people and whatnot. And I wanted to start a program here. And as I've gone to these conferences, I see more and more emergency management using drones for, because for instance, when we have a natural disaster, being able to fly over a natural disaster to film it, and have that product for FEMA reimbursement was a great tool. And to be able to have the fire department to be able to use it, and then have the police department be able to use it, I figured it would be a great time to start the program. under emergency management, because we're gonna use it in all three respects. And so most of our training, or the training is beginning training. So they have to have, like the police officers have to have, as well as the fire department, 15 hours of training to get their pilot's license. And then from there, it's just 2 hours per month that we all train together. So, you know, some of that is a one-time occurrence, and then some of it is ongoing. But it's being used all, I felt that that was the best way for us to approach it.
And again, I understand the usefulness of drones. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand, and maybe the public understands, that this is where civil emergency is headed, really. I mean, it really is heavily drone-based, and for the foreseeable future, will be heavily drone-based.
It's not so much just drone-based, it's photo-based. Every time that we have a natural disaster, I have to go out and I take my dash cam, that is my personal dash cam on my truck, and I ride around the town to certain areas that we know may or may not get washed out during a heavy rain event or a heavy snow event, trees coming down and whatnot. So it's more photographic evidence, and I use the drones both along with my dash cam to prove that fact when we need to get for reimbursement monies, and that just helps prove our case.
I know, and Brenda just snuck in behind you, and I know every year I ask about whether it's possible that, in terms of photographs, video, if the drones that we have can be used to, as other towns do really, to get a picture of all the shorefront areas, so when there's changes to the shorefront areas, there's some photographic evidence that, hey, it used to be this, now it's this, what happened.
We can do that, and we're also have started training on culverts, inspecting culverts and stuff like that. So, you know, it's not just a one-item thing that we can do with these drones, and it's becoming more and more, obviously, with drone deliveries from like Walmart, Amazon. We're gonna be getting into that realm of things as well. Drone detection devices, all of that stuff is gonna be coming in vehicles and whatnot, and command vehicles, and that's why I think that we need to really start getting ready for all of this to happen, because it's coming. It's already happening in other places, and I just want to make sure that we're ready for it when it does come here, because it is quite a bit for me to set up. I mean, I have my own generator that I set up with my extension cords. I have Dan's TV and the tripod to set it on. We have our drones, communication devices to televise that stuff on the big screen, so when we have an event, if it's a law enforcement event, we have Phil or a police officer with us to be able to watch things. If it's a fire event, it's the fire chief or whoever to watch the event. A lot of that is, you know, mine, Dan's, the town's, and we're all putting it together to make it work. And sometimes when I'm away, maybe I'm working my plumbing job, I have to come from wherever that is, come back, everything's usually in my truck, get my truck, and then go to the scene. And it just saves us from trying to figure out who's got what into what vehicle is another issue that we're having. And that's why I think we should start working towards getting some money towards a vehicle that can house all of this stuff.
Specific to my question,
Yes.
have we filmed, or do we have plans to film the lakefront, so we have a starting point of at least the major lake properties in the town?
So we have not done that as of yet. If it's something that the board would like, we can certainly do that.
We've talked about it the last few years. And
Paul, excuse me, Brenda's talked to me about.
I can answer that question.
Yes.
Great.
I had it in my budget last year to do drone work. We had a couple of lakes done between LEA and myself, and we have 3 more coming with the budget I had from this fiscal year. So So we are getting all of them done currently.
Great, but it's not part then of this program, so that's a separate drone program
Yeah.
from this program.
So they are actually going with the drone and catching each property all the way around so that we're getting every single one. It's taking, a good half a day to do
Oh.
these, yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's only half a day, but.
It's actually
Well,
quite
You know
time-consuming.
what, Long Lake, LEA's already done, so that was our big one. They had grants, so.
Great, and that, but again, that's not in here, okay. That was really my question.
And one of the other things, I know, Todd, we talk a lot about the drones in here. I happen to be, one of the ones that's training to be a pilot. But one of the things that the drone actually helped us out tremendously, and Todd, you can probably talk a little bit more about it because you are in the trailer, is 4th of July. And how much, if you guys remember, just as citizens going down to Stevensbrook and trying to get out of there after the fireworks, we're out there directing traffic, but we're doing it through radios, and I'm talking to the guy that's up on Main Hill and the guy that's over on, Smith Avenue, and we're talking, but we can't see everything. We can see what's in front of us, but you can tell us what the timeframes have dropped from clearing that scene to, just by having the drones and what they do.
We've probably cut, what, about 20 minutes?
Yeah.
20 minutes off of travel times of dumping people out of the school grounds. And it really comes in handy as when we have the 4 on the 4th, the July 3rd, with our thermal imaging, being able to see and stuff like that. So being able to direct traffic and get people out in a quick manner is definitely a plus. And if we ever have an incident downtown, that's another item that we could have on our plate, in our toolbox, to be able to direct traffic around and set traffic control issues up, is just by having that overhead view. But again, it requires us to set things up somewhere out of the back of my truck. And sometimes it's cold and I'm sitting there shivering like this because we're standing outside. So another reason why we'd like to start getting ready for us to be having a vehicle that could be doing all of this and housing this.
Yeah, it's like one drone, and I could be off on the numbers a little bit, but one drone up in the sky replaces about 3 or 4 people on the ground. Like if we have a police situation, and they have, whether it be a standoff or, somebody inside the house that's not coming out or whatever it is, generally they have to set up, a perimeter, and they have to take, say, 8 officers to cover a building. With the drones, when we go out, we take that place of a few officers. We can have that drone just sit there hovering, and it watches that building instead of 3 or 4 law enforcement around it. One of the things about the vest, and I know you had questions about that, I can personally speak to it because I've been in the situation, is we try and go into, a safe zone. Like PD will tell us, okay, we want you to stage over here, fly from here, do everything from here. We had an incident where we thought we were in a safe zone, and I think Todd mentioned it earlier. Once we got the drone and everything set up, we're calling PD saying, hey, you need to come down here, and they're like, no, you're in the right spot. We're like, yeah, so wasn't he. He was within, what would you say, 300 yards?
Yeah, easily.
Right at the end of the driveway that we were physically looking at him. So that's why we asked for the vest, and I say we because I'm part of the program, but it's just something to have as safety for the pilots.
Can we reach consensus then to,
Yes.
Before you do that, I've been in support of the drone the first time Todd brought it to us. It's a great tool, there's no doubt about it, and it's only gonna get better. And I'm happy to hear about the pilot program for everybody. So I definitely support this, there's no doubt about that. My only question is, are they bulletproof?
We say bullet resistant.
Are they bullet resistant?
Yeah.
I asked that question. I did ask that question, Bob.
Yes. As much as they can be, yes, they are.
Gotcha. I agree with everything you need to
Thank you.
cover.
You reach consensus then?
Yes.
Good. All right, other public safety.
Could I ask one question though? Is if it's something that you could start really thinking about, that if we do have at the end of this a little bit to put towards a vehicle, that we start really thinking about it. It's something that's, if we have an incident here in this town, being able to communicate with everybody that's responding is paramount to a good outcome. And if we can't do that, being able to have the drones in use, as well as being able to communicate in a controlled environment inside a vehicle to help make decisions, is going to be something that is going to be drastically needed in the future as this town grows. For us to have 3,000 or 4,000 people down there at Music on Main and have something go wrong, it's going to be chaos no matter what, and we understand that. But being able to try to control that chaos is something that we really seriously want to think about. I know people, again, don't think that it happens here in Bridgton, but it does, and it is, and it's starting. We have drones that we're competing with. I've almost been hit by a drone, even though we've spoken to the pilots, and it only takes one drone that wants to do something nefarious, and we're gonna be the ones saying, well, we could have been flying that night, but we didn't want to.
It's not that we don't think catastrophe, or I don't think catastrophe can happen in Bridgton. I do. I believe it could happen at the drop of a hat.
Sure.
But we also think about, let's see, we got $1.5 million PD, we got $1 million fire department, $1 million civil defense department, and they want $1 million rec department. At some point, we need to look at things a little more critically and say, what is a good corporate gift to the town of Bridgton? I don't know, I don't make $1 million. I don't make $250,000. I don't know a lot of people in this town that do. So when we push back on you, it's not because we don't want everything for everybody, it's because we can't afford it. So
Yeah.
that's why we look to you, and you guys have done this year after year after year. This town has been very creative with using what you have available, making the best that you can do with it, and having great outcomes. So it's not that I don't think chaos can happen in Bridgton. I believe it can. But
Yes, I think we all do, and we probably should move forward on the budget, because we'll be here for a long discussion otherwise.
I like being able to go for grants, as you know.
yeah, I do. You've done a very good job.
And having a little bit of money to be able to say, I've got money for a matching grant, and to do it, that helps a lot. There've been some grants out there already for this, that we have not had any money set aside, which I've been advocating for years to have a reserve account for grants. And I think we should be doing something to that
There's
nature.
some
I
rich people in this town.
think the
Call them up.
point made, can we move on to the budget items, because we will be here well past time if we don't move on.
Where do we discuss the generator grants and matching funds for those?
Is that in this budget, capital?
Is it in there?
Is it under capital, or do we know?
It's somewhere, but I can't tell you where, I'm sorry right now. I thought it was capital, but I don't wanna speak out of turn.
So,
Could be other.
Or other, it could be other town-wide. It's either capital or
Yeah.
other town-wide if it's
Okay.
in there someplace. All right,
as we get down towards the end, I'll make sure that I pop in at the end of the day, just to make sure that we're...
I believe both, are both of those? Capital is presumably at the end of today, and I guess other town-wide is tomorrow. But we will see what progress you made. All right, can we turn to Department 49, Other Public Safety? Which, the question I have is on Bob's favorite caption item called hydrants. Which is really the payments to the water district. And I understand the requirement of what we provide to the Bridgton Water District. I don't understand necessarily what we're required under the Harrison Water District, which is obviously up from 30,000 to 54,000.
That's basically because they raise their rates 75+% in Harrison. We have a hydrant, well, Todd and the chief can discuss this, but we have a hydrant there in the North Bridgton area, and that's our increase, quite frankly. We don't have a choice.
Right, that was my curiosity, because I know there's a formula, right, that says we have to pay X percent, I forget what it is, a third, is it? A third of
Yeah.
Bridgton Water District
Yes.
Ish.
costs go to the town of Bridgton. I'm not sure with Harrison, where I understand we use some amount of Harrison water.
You have 13
The-
hydrants in
is the-
Harrison.
What is the base of that? Do we have to pay a third of the Harrison Water District because we have some Harrison water?
That is probably a good question. I don't know how the PUC would answer that. But that would be a question that you'd want to pose to the Harrison Water District. But because we have 13 hydrants on their hydrant district,
Yeah.
you would pay the same percentage, I believe, as you do for the Bridgton Water District, which is approximately 30% of their operating budget.
And I could be wrong on this, Todd, but I thought somebody had told me a while back that we're not paying a third of the entire town of Harrison, we're paying a
No.
third of what's billed out to the Bridgeton residents only that are on the Harrison Water
That's correct.
District.
That's correct.
Okay,
Okay, that's really the answer to my
okay,
question.
yeah, so it's, we're not paying it for the house on Main Street in Harrison, we're paying for the houses that are on North Bridgeton Road, Kimball Road,
That's right.
Chadbourne Road,
That's correct.
you know, Old Mill, all, that whole area.
Okay.
We're paying a third of just those residents of Bridgeton.
And I was curious, when they were having their public hearing on this with the huge increase, why those people wouldn't have been there. I don't know who went to it, but they should have been there, because I honestly didn't know that until we got into this.
Right?
Good, yes. that's a
I didn't know if
good question.
so the people of Harrison should have,
Well, them too. Yeah. Well, absolutely they should, but I didn't get a report on how, I know it was held at a bigger place than the normal town hall, I can tell you that.
I do not have any other questions on other public safety. Anyone? Nope. Consensus? Yep. All right.
Oh, you guys are killing
Thank
me
you,
here,
guys.
you make me
Alright,
go
thank you.
backwards in my binder, that doesn't work.
No, not with that binder.
All right. Code.
Code enforcement.
Code enforcement. If I can find it.
We won't do that for you.
Thank you, chief.
Yes, 13.
You there, Brenda?
I'm here. I was waiting for everybody to get on the right page.
Harder than you think with this binder.
So it looks like you've just been going over changes. I really only had 2 changes to my budget this year.
I love your budget, I think it's perfect.
Yay! Obviously, legal is the first topic, and we've asked for quite an increase. I was in the red by December this year, and projects are getting more and more controversial as they come through. More is getting appealed, and we need more budget to take on more violations and actually enforce them. So I've gone from the 15,000 I did last year to 40.
So I do have a question.
Yeah.
About communications and tech. So I noticed that you put the software price in here for software for short-term rentals.
Yes,
And that would only take effect if
if it passes.
if it passed.
Correct.
And that's the yearly.
Yeah, it would be $4,750 a year. The first year has a $900 implementation fee. I do have some grant funds left over from a town grant we have that I can apply to that for software. So I don't want to lose that money, so I'd like to put it towards that if I can, for sure.
Other than that, I have no questions about your effect.
I have no questions.
No, that's great.
Nope. Bob, any questions?
I have one question. Vehicles,
I have a town vehicle now.
you do?
That I just got, I think, was it last year, Bill? Yeah, last year. I only have like 50,000 miles on it right now, so far so good.
Okay, good.
It's getting me from point A to point B so far.
I didn't think you were walking through all these.
No, not yet. I'd be a lot thinner if I was.
It's one of the Explorers, right?
What's that?
It's one of the
Yes.
SUVs?
Yes.
Good.
Scott takes
Glad
good care of
you,
me.
Got that done, okay.
All right. Consensus?
Yep.
Thank you, Brenda.
I'm next.
Oh, you're up, you're the health officer.
I got two more.
You're the health officer.
Nothing's changed.
We just do a consensus.
Yeah, before I even find the tab, I think we can do a consensus on the health officer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, consensus, just for the record, yeah. And the boards.
So the only thing that we added, which we do like every couple of years, is we added some funds for 2 iPads, just in case the planning board all uses iPads, and we like to have some funds there if one was to break or gets outdated, and we didn't have anything in the budget. But we used the budget last year for a couple of instances, so we have $1,400 in there for that.
I'm good with that.
Good by me.
All consensus, yes. We're good on that.
Easy enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you, Brenda.
All right. Community development.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
Still barely.
Mr. Chairman, can we take a 5-minute break?
All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Ashley is here.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good
Yeah, it's still
morning.
Good morning still.
It's still morning, yes.
It
it's
is.
Still morning.
Barely.
It's still
Hold
morning.
on.
I like your budget, and I like this item, branded attire for CDD and DCD.
Great, thank you. I'm glad you like that. I think it'll be good for when we go out and we're in the community and people can see we're part of the town and look professional. So that's kind of the idea there.
Yeah, I like that.
I like it, and I'll put my usual pitch in for shoulder season and winter events.
That's the idea.
Because we sure as heck have enough people here in the summer, so.
So that is the idea. So I did build that in.
We talked about that, right away when she got here. So we do listen, we do listen.
You must be the only one.
No.
I think you can tell by the success of Winter Carnival and the winter events that we have. They're extremely well attended. There are plenty of people here who do love to have things to look forward to in the winter season.
Yes, definitely.
Good.
Absolutely.
Well, I love it.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll have no questions, we can have a consensus. I don't know if you had anything to add, given that this is your first appearance, how are things going, I guess, it's a generic question.
They are going fantastic, and that's getting a lot busier, which is good. I think when I first got here, I complained to Dawn that I didn't have enough to do.
I
And
told her.
I've been eating my words for the last couple weeks, so.
I warned her.
But it's all very good and very positive, and I love the team, love the community, and I've been really enjoying the work. So looking forward to doing more, and I think next year's budget, watch out, it might be a little different, because I'll have a year under me, but this year, keeping it status quo for the most part, because, I need to feel out what this next year's gonna look like, so.
All right, consensus on community development. There it is.
Easy
Thank you.
peasy. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can stay around for lunch.
Municipal complex. Oh, which,
I'll just go backwards. Oh, no, I don't, I can go forward. All right, I'm still good.
Community development,
that was
Oh,
pretty
but this
good.
one's
Now
in
we're on number
backwards.
15, municipal complex.
no, I got it, I got it.
It's in backwards.
Oh, I got it.
No, I had a question, now I can't find it.
So I noted on a lot of these department things that there were a lot of, and a lot of them were not funded. Fire alarm, security, monitoring equipment, security cameras, la la la. Are you planning to do a full overview of what's needed, like for next year?
I am not, I'm gonna ask these folks to discuss why it's in there. I mean, we had a gentleman that we used to work with many years ago, not with me, and he retired in this, we're talking about Dustin, right? By the way, Mariah, Chris, thank you
Yes.
for being here. And they came back, he came back because he handled these things for every department. And I left some in and I didn't leave some in, like some people wanted cameras at all the beaches, for example, which, we discussed. And, the building where you are, I would like it, I'm looking at Mariah, you've got a camera up front, but we need more security for panic alarm system, because you're alone in there at this point. Those are the types of things that I discussed, and I received the information from each department head.
But we were still waiting on quotes from Dustin, we never received them.
We
So
got
to
some very
update.
last minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I don't, but Carmen, I'm not putting cameras all over, I don't believe in all that stuff, and I'm agreeing that we're looking at it closer, I'm just telling you I don't have all the facts on it.
I was just curious.
I only had one question on the municipal complex, and that's contracted services. There's weekly cleaning, but we have a full-time custodian, but then we have a contracted service for
We have,
one-time weekly cleaning.
well, I will let you know that, because it's in several, contracted cleaning services is in several of the buildings in this budget. We have, a ongoing personnel issue with that position, human resource situation with that position that we're referring to, that he's not available at this time to be doing the work for us. So we have to have cleaning done everywhere, and our folks are doing it, but, they're running rec and they're running public works, and we've just decided that Deb can't do it, Deb's up there part-time, but we have nobody full-time at all. I hate to say this, we had a bathroom issue at rec, which I don't wanna share, but those are the things that we need some addressing now. So that's why those line items are in there, and when this other issue is handled, we will then move forward.
And then,
That's why it's in several of them, Paul.
okay, and this will because I'm looking ahead, right, this budget doesn't start till July 1st, so you expect that issue to continue
Well,
all the way through the following,
we're going ahead just to go ahead, okay? That's my answer to you.
that's a fine answer. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know about this.
But those are, it's interesting, Mariah went out and got, well, she talked to a lot of people and went all over the place with these folks, brought them around. And I appreciate that she did that. But it's expensive to handle everything, and that's why I was concerned, but we had to put something in, so.
So that's actually most of the difference in the budget.
Yeah.
Is that 3,500.
Yeah. Do you two want to add anything?
It's the most expensive one out of all of them, just because it's such a large facility. And I asked them to do basically just trash, bathrooms, floors, because we want a clean facility for everyone that works here in the interim of whatever's happening. Everyone wants to come to work to a clean place, you know what I mean? They're too busy to start cleaning it on their own anyways.
They do, but not
Out of all the
regularly.
facilities, that's the most expensive, but it'd be a floor day, or 4 times a week, full clean of the whole building, including the PD, so.
Yeah,
It's a big building, and it's complicated.
it is.
Right, any other questions? And consensus? All right. Town Hall. 018. Again, the contracted services is again the only real,
Yes, that's the only real major change.
you're right. I guess this is a place though with new camera installs, the town hall, is that?
Yes, Frank.
Yeah, that's a good question for rec too, for Leslie. We discussed it a couple of weeks ago about her safety there and safety from around our building, so that's
So
probably.
they're using the rec in the summer for
Yeah.
the summer program.
Yep, ice skating
Yes.
rink, yeah.
And it's not been a camera in there in the past,
Not that I'm aware of, I don't think so, I'm not 100% on that,
probably with all those
but,
moving parts, should
Yeah.
probably be a camera in there.
yeah, it behooves everybody to have it, one system, because like Bob Dunning Bridge is a camera and there's vandalism. You know, we're trying to get stuff done, we put Christmas lights and people steal them, so.
Yeah,
So,
we have those
one
issues.
central security thing for all the buildings would be nice in the future.
Yeah, we didn't include it.
No, I know,
In
I'm
depth.
just saying.
Looking down the line, any discussion on town hall? And going on once, consensus? All right. Ooh, now the much bigger one, Public Works.
Right here, thank you.
You still awake?
7 o'clock last night,
I know.
I'm not to bed yet.
No, I appreciate that, you know that.
That's no worries.
You guys have done a great job.
We appreciate that. Tell the crew, they know it. I pass along to them. Can't do without a good crew.
I love all the dirt on Maine Hill.
Yeah.
You said that to me.
I have.
We'll sweep it up soon, don't worry.
Maybe my first question is, I guess is probably to the town manager, because in this specific
Yes,
department and then multiple other departments, there is 5 non-union people who work in, I guess, the grand
Yes.
in Public Works
Yeah.
area that have a 7% adjustment.
they had, the union contract is now in total effect, which is affected, well, it hasn't affected anybody, it has shrunk what the people that I mentioned and included, plus the COLA, should have an adjustment prior to that. I'll give you one example. I was involved in the police department. The union contract went into effect. The sergeants were making more than the lieutenants and the captain. They had unlimited overtime, and the two management people decided they wanted to go back into the union because they were this close to those wages. The former public service director told me that he thought that the foreman deserved an increase when this would happen. He didn't do it, and I felt that it's the right thing to do. And I know that you look at the 7 or 8%, but if you look in dollars, I don't think it's unreasonable that they deserve that plus the COLA. And that's my answer. I can't give you another answer. That's what it is. And I just believe they deserve it. They did not receive it. There wasn't an adjustment on that when the union was in effect. I believe they've done an outstanding job since last fall. And I just believe that this makes it fairer for our foremen that are responsible for everything that's going on out there. So that's my answer. I mean, I know the number you're saying, but I feel compelled that they deserve that, and the adjustment had to be made. It would have been made next year if you're gonna catch up, so I felt this was the year to do it.
And you're sticking to it.
Well,
Your answer.
like, you're the ones that are gonna stick to it or not. I'm not gonna answer that question, but listen, I don't, if anybody knows me very well, they know I'm very conservative in my position financially. When I ask for things, I thought it through, and I weighed it, lost sleep over it, decided some of these things we're going through deserve those things, so I just felt that was what was deserved. That's my answer.
I feel like this brings, as you just stated, this brings the foreman rate up to the rate in, particularly looking at other departments. I have no problem with the foreman adjustment, for sure.
Agreed.
And again, I agree, and I would think we would cover all, so we don't come to the next department, which has the same,
Yes, it does.
it has the same thing,
Yeah.
but then we don't have a discuss it yet again. So much like the COLA span multiple
Yeah.
departments.
I just thought it was fair.
I'd like to have a consensus that this is fine across the multiple departments that are affected.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, comment,
Yes.
yes.
Thank you.
Dan and Karen go yes? or-
Oh, yes.
Yeah, the only
Yes.
question I have, and we may not have these numbers yet, but do we think the overtime is enough? And the reason I'm asking that, if you go back in history of our storms that we used to have, they've been, the typical 6, 8, 9-inch storms. We've been getting, as Chris knows, a lot of these, I wanna call them stupid storms, where you get an inch of snow, and it doesn't matter if we get a ½ inch of snow or a foot of snow. They have to go out and plow.
They do.
But we're getting more and more of these, and they're happening, unfortunately, at night, on weekends. I just wanna make sure that we're covered, because I know what happened with it.
That's a good point, because I was talking to Chris about this, and last year, I think we had 19 times they went out, and now we're up to almost 25 already.
Right, and it's still in March.
And now, I mean, I can't tell you if you need more overtime or not, we didn't get into that.
So I know it was last year, we came close, and this overtime wants us to cover till the budget redoes in July for weekend rounds and Memorial Day and stuff, so when winter ends, it still carries that.
Okay.
And we meet the bylaw, we didn't go over it, we
Right.
just had enough with a little bit extra, and they got re-upped in July 1st, so we made it last year.
Okay.
But we're over the storm limit this year, but we're still in good shape, or not,
Okay.
so.
The other thing to
If they
keep
went
in
over
mind.
in their budget for overtime, that would not preclude them from coming to work or.
No, I know that, I'm
You
just,
just,
yeah,
you
no,
just fund
definitely
it,
not.
you just fund it.
Oh, yeah, no, I get
We
that,
figured out,
100%.
yeah, yes,
Yeah.
we would,
Yeah.
Carmen.
Yeah, I'm not saying they would go unpaid if we all of a sudden get 52,000, you know. I just, look at
You were concerned.
I look at it as my business too, the
Yeah.
amount of overtime I'm paying my guys to go out and plow these things, I mean, they're gonna
We
get
can certainly
paid.
look at it at the end of
Oh,
this year
no,
and
no,
then next
right.
year.
Yep, and then we'll look at it next year.
Colleen has something.
But one of the things to keep in mind is we don't always pay out overtime. They have the ability to have it as comp time at time and a half, an additional time off. And so a lot of them bank some significant
okay.
extra
Yep.
time off, so it's not always dollars.
It's
So,
not always done.
yeah.
I appreciate that
Yep.
question, because I asked, and then I just trust Chris and Brian when they said,
Yep.
well, I'll leave it here.
As far as them working without any pay,
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
it
no.
works. It seems to work for the federal government.
That's a policy I don't wanna see trickle down.
No.
But you're right.
That's a,
Chris, I have a
sadly.
quick question, since you're right, I'm all for it. Is Willett Road on the paving plan this coming?
I'm on the camera now, so I'm careful what I say, no, I'm kidding. We have a list of roads and ideas. I was talking with Todd Perot, and he was kind of looking to getting a possible grant to possibly do that. If not, I have plans on brushing it, ditching it, and replacing driveway culverts, but not paving it yet, but that's not, depends what we get for the budget, and I can see what I can move around for roads. Paving
It is.
today.
Well, what you just listed is actually a really great start.
Yeah,
because all
no, it
those
needs,
things
it
need to
definitely, it's a
happen.
busy road, it definitely
Yeah.
needs a rehab.
I will
Trust me.
say this, Todd is very good, you all know about getting grants from all over the place, not just, civil emergency. And he actually has one that he's working on to put money in for the engineering
Yeah.
piece of Willett Road. And he's very confident he's gonna get that. So you have to start anywhere, but that's fair.
I just asked we get better engineers than the one that did Main Street.
Well, I wasn't
Make
here
it
for
wide
that.
enough.
I wasn't here for that. I'm sure I'll hear that when the time comes from you and others, so
Oh, yeah.
I will take that into consideration, sir.
When do we discuss those?
Well, it is an interesting conundrum.
We haven't yet.
I have a couple Band-Aid ideas, but I have to get them to quickly.
Yeah,
Interesting road.
okay.
And oddly, it wasn't built for
Traffic.
No.
heavy truck
And the
traffic
trailers,
that
no.
comes up through there.
We sit in the shop and watch trailer after trailer, it's like, jeez.
All right.
Road bank.
Okay. I had a quick question about gravel. 20,000, now it's 31,000.
In my notes, it's up tremendously.
Price increase.
Yeah.
The price increase.
Yep.
It's a price increase, that's what I was wondering,
Yeah.
a price
It's not
increase
dirt cheap
or
anymore.
Gravel.
Did we get a gravel from Rolf?
We do not, no, we don't get gravel from Ralph, we get from Albany, pit up in Albany.
Okay.
Rolf, we got our stock sand for the roads,
Yeah.
for sanding, but Rolf's gravel isn't quite what we like, it's kinda like cat litter, so it's not very good gravel.
So even after we approve that quote, so you
Well,
can't
we-
get discounted gravel from.
Well, not.
We got some stuff from
I'll
Rolf.
remember.
He's very generous in other ways, trust me.
We do,
That's a good point.
we do have in general, and I always have to try to remind people when we do put items out for bid, or we should put items out for bid, that if it is a town business and it's within 10% of the price we're getting, we will take the in-town bid. Again, as long as it's the same quality
Quality,
yeah.
yeah.
and meets the,
I think we'll get there eventually, he's just started in that pit, so it's, from a public works perspective, it's just not there yet to what will be quality on the roads. The compaction rates.
He
not
will.
there. Yeah, I think so too.
all right. I'm gonna ask about the new maintenance truck.
Oh, that's why.
That's the real big item here.
The snowplow truck or the maintenance truck?
That's for
Says
No.
new maintenance truck for Carpenter.
Okay.
Current vehicle will be transferred to cemeteries, and the current cemetery truck is no longer inspectable.
Yeah.
Well, I felt that was,
So we're gonna cycle one down, the one that's not inspectable, we're gonna cycle it down to be used for being in the cemetery. So whoever's mowing the cemeteries can just drive over there with a trailer. And then we need a new truck for Joe,
Who does the maintenance, just a
who
simple,
does maintenance for all of our facilities.
we're not plowing with it, he doesn't have to have four-wheel drive, all he needs is an 8-foot bed, it's his truck that he'd be using.
I like the van idea, but he uses it more than I do, so he wanted an 8-foot bed, so we went with just a regular pickup truck. And then we can, the little GMC we call it, which is ancient, and Scott can attest to this, it won't pass inspection, it's time to go down the road, that's what we use now for cemeteries. And that person just drives to Kansas Road Cemetery and parks all day and does the maintenance there. So it's not being used for the other cemeteries per se, but it can be.
So we'll
So-
take Joe's current trucks
Yep.
and cycle it down to cemeteries.
Okay, so the other sort of a off-road truck in the cemetery.
Yeah. You want something tight you can run.
So it doesn't have to be inspected.
Yeah, I think the only suggestion I would make on that vehicle is that if we're gonna be buying 2 police cruisers and another vehicle for them, you know, if you go to a dealership, you only get a deal if we're buying all 3 from you. Versus buying 2 from this dealership and 1 from here, you know, generally I think most of your police cruisers come from, is it McDonald Motors in Conway?
Usually
What's that?
Quirk and Augusta.
Quirk and Augusta, okay. Then, you know, we could see about, you know,
Yeah, we're gonna ask that.
a stand, you know, just to see if there's, you know,
Package.
buying in power sometimes helps.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Yep.
absolutely.
Okay.
We get enough.
Yep, we can move on to
It'll
that.
be like 2 get 1 free.
We'll research that. Okay? Mr. Chair?
That was the last question I had, I don't know if, last line in the,
Okay,
any other questions? Otherwise, who's consensus? All right. Town garage is up next.
Scott?
Mine's vehicle maintenance.
Oh, well, that's right too, I'm sorry. I was rushing you up here, buddy.
Town garage. I love your price for propane, I wish I could get that. That is not the price I'm paying. But it is oddly enough the amount of propane that I'm using.
Wow.
Don, maybe, I was a little, I understand the roof needs repair.
Yeah,
It's an estimate per the quotes, but those quotes are not like the out to bid. If this is approved, there will officially be a true
yes,
out to bid.
yeah, we needed, because of meeting with you, we needed some numbers. We had a couple people come in, no promises, no nothing, we just needed, I was talking to Carmen actually about it, and we just needed to put something in there. And talking with Chris, we may eventually find something less expensive than some of these things, but we just needed a placeholder for you.
Yep. I just wanted to make sure that, because I saw these
Yeah, yeah, they're in there, yes, we wanted you
very
to
in
see it.
detail in there, and I was kind of
Yep.
like, yeah. These are ballpark estimates.
Absolutely.
And when the time comes,
Well, time's coming.
which is soon. That was, I guess that was my other question on the timing. I mean, in theory, right, we won't approve, the voters won't approve this budget
No.
until town meeting, but presumably it needs to be corrected before then?
It'd be nice, I mean, ours is leaked for quite a while, it should be, but.
I just,
We understand.
I could only say this on many of these things, and you guys will all laugh at me, but I'm not sure why these things are on my watch since I got here, but that's fine. We'll deal with them all, but, I will say this. During the budget process with Public Works and Scott, in Forest as well, I included them in our budgets because they are right there on the front lines doing their work and telling me, or telling us what we really need. They apparently were never included as I like to include people, which kind of surprises me. Fortunately and unfortunately, I learned a lot of things, and the unfortunate thing is they told me about the roofs. But I'm not sure why they weren't addressed a long time ago, and it's no point in going back. But we are going to deal with them. I appreciate the work that they've all done to help us through this budget process. This was their, what I mentioned, the 10 people, they were fairly new in the budget process. These folks were in that group just like me. So I appreciate the fact they came up and did a lot of work for us, so.
I was just wondering if we could get it out to bid in this fiscal year and pay out of some of this year's contingency funds and take it out of next year's budget completely.
I would do that if you asked me to do it. I wasn't gonna just do it, trust me.
Would you recommend that?
I would recommend that any roofing issues need to be addressed right away, especially if they have been a problem for quite some time. I'm gonna defer to you, Chris, you kind of, Mariah and, you know, Scott back there and Larry, and our folks deserve to have this done as soon as possible. There's my answer. Yes, I support that. I will do what you direct me to do nicely by telling me if you want to pursue it that way.
When I say, do you support that, do you support taking that amount of money out of the contingency funds? Is that doable?
I would like to know, I need bidding and estimates before I say yes, but yes, I think it needs to be done that way.
And there's sufficient amount of money to do that, is my question really.
Well, I'd like to know what,
$5 million and.
oh, I would like, well, well, it's gonna come in front of you, but we need to get an estimate, a couple estimates or 3 bids. And if we can do that as quickly as possible, which, I'm sorry to look down there.
I have food ready.
So we have to do the bid process.
You have to be the real bid
Yeah,
process.
then I would, yes, I support that.
Could you get to us, like, as soon as you get through the bid process, come to the board, select board, and we can approve those funds? You can use it up to $10,000
Yeah, but- yeah,
without
I know
our
that.
approval, but.
But no, I would, absolutely, I'll come to you right away. I will get to you as soon as they get back to me, because I think this should have been addressed, I don't know how long ago, but it should have been addressed.
So you want to take that out of this budget and put it into,
Can we, I have the money people near me, is this possible?
Yeah, I think so, in contingency, or, you know, even municipal building reserve has.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
multiple places. My first
True.
thought is to take it out of
Yeah, some of
the
it.
actual operating contingency, and then if
Yes.
that's not sufficient, take the remainder from the reserve.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
because we have some other things hitting against the reserve also, so,
right.
yeah.
Yes, we will pursue that, and if you want to take that out, unless finance doesn't think we should do that, we
No.
can take that out of this budget. Then, yes.
I think it's needed sooner rather than later, so.
Okay, I appreciate that very much. I will get back to you ASAP, and we're gonna move forward. I hope that makes people in Public Works happier.
The other
Yeah.
thing we can do is we can just buy umbrellas.
Well,
we what?
Buy umbrellas.
So if we take that out,
Never open an umbrella indoors, Bob, never.
so if we take that number out of the budget, what are we putting in for a request?
Nothing, zero.
Well, no, you're still gonna have building maintenance and repairs. You can't take that from
Whatever-
$65,000 down to
We can do whatever it
zero.
was historically, what was it
Yeah.
historically?
So historically, you went
20,000
20,000,
So last year was 20.
10,000, 7,400,
I'd go with
I
10,000.
think
I
10 is
think
sufficient,
10,000 should,
put that down to 10,000.
because I'm assuming that 20 was partially to potentially have the roof fixed in previous years, and it was never done.
okay, so you wanna reduce it to 10?
That's fine.
Okay, there we go. Colleen,
Yep, got it.
good.
Good.
Thank you all. We will get right back to you,
So
trust me.
there's 2, right?
Well, 2 roofs.
2 roofs?
Yeah, the transfer station and.
That's the transfer
that's a
station.
different
There's-
different
yes.
department.
I will tell you how we handle that when we get to it. It's going to
All
be
right,
addressed.
okay, formally consensus?
Yep.
Yep, good. Vehicle maintenance.
Scott, how are you, buddy?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. I don't know if you've ever been here, but
No?
I'm glad you're here.
You yourself may not be glad, but at least he is.
Yeah.
And nice to see you here, not underneath the vehicle.
That's right. A lot cleaner.
No, I appreciate them being here, and I have to tell you, Forrest, you back there yet? No? I learned a tremendous amount from all of them in sitting with them and asking, as you all know, I drive you crazy about asking questions, so. I just appreciated the fact they were honest, and they asked for the things that I know they need. So, you guys can all, the board can ask you questions now, Scott, don't be worried about it. I know told me the truth, so you'll tell them the truth. That's not a problem. There's a couple numbers that jump out, which we talked about.
Yeah.
And they will ask you that, I guarantee you, so no problem. Go ahead, folks, you can ask them what you think.
Well, I don't have a numbers jump out, because we already discussed really the wage adjustment,
Yes.
right? So we adjust,
Yeah, this one's needed to be adjusted for a long time.
Yes, absolutely.
that's,
Oh, yay.
that's really the big one, and then there's a new lift.
Yes, which it's failed the inspection, so we really don't have a choice. It's been there since the late 80s, early 90s.
Get our money's out of that one.
I would
I
think,
say so.
maybe you ought to buy it from them. You like to drive old cars.
I do.
Yeah, I know you
You
do.
get a lot of miles out of them.
Yeah, you get more miles than anybody I know.
Over 75, certainly.
The lift could help my quail, I could lift my
Oh,
quails
that's
up.
for sure.
And with all that, it's only a 7.73% increase, so.
Yeah, nothing is really jumping out. I mean, I'm guessing, not being an expert on tires and tubes, that these increased costs are what they are.
You know, the one question I did ask Scott, and it jumps out, and you'll see it, is the 2,500 for tires. And basically, which I learned, they're all for one of our fire trucks that's have bald tires unofficially. So that's why I learned about that.
Those are costly things, those things.
So that's why he put that in there, but I appreciate that, so.
But Scott, it's nice to see you here.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
Been here 42 years,
I see you
let me
every
tell you.
year. Be different.
Okay.
All right, consensus on that, do we already vote?
Yeah. Good.
All right. We are up to the transfer station. Unless you want to break for lunch.
You wanna do that? Forrest isn't here. Do you
Yeah, I
wanna,
was
you
gonna
wanna
say,
do that?
I don't see Forrest, so I don't.
Okay, I asked him, but he's.
Not yet.
Yeah, let's.
Why don't we take a break for lunch of, I don't know,
Yep.
half hour?
Oh,
We're gonna try to come to order.
never.
I'll order this, you order that.
Uh-oh, they have me on camera.
Like it?
All right, and we're still missing Carmen.
She's over there.
She'll be right in.
Where is she? She outside? No. Yeah,
She's right there.
She's either over there or she's over there. She's somewhere.
Yeah, she is. All right,
We're taking care of all my trash and whatnot.
we are up.
You have a very pretty smile.
Thanks, Bob.
All right, we are up to Department 54, the transfer station.
Transfer station.
Transfer station.
A transfer
Station.
Forrest, thank you for being here on your day off.
You're welcome.
I appreciate
Is
it.
it your day off?
It's Wednesday.
Thank you for being here.
Transfer station's not open on
Do
Wednesday,
you have a
Carmen.
choice?
Yeah, did I have a choice?
We appreciate you nonetheless.
We appreciate you being here, pal.
I've got to go meet with Sunday.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if everybody knows Forrest, I think they should, but, he was part of that group that I felt should be involved during the budget process. And I've learned an awful lot. Again, some things I didn't want to, but that's fine. And he,
Guard your jacket. Take your phone.
he and Mariah worked on this, and there are things we talked earlier about, the foreman and things and the COLA, but there's a couple things I should say. Number one, that they do have a serious roof problem. I don't want to upset anybody in the other big building, but this one's worse, I think.
Yeah, so if we're talking about taking it from any sort of contingency fund, I would prioritize the transfer station over the public works garage.
Okay.
Well, I've got a solution for that, Mariah. I don't know if I told you.
Okay.
Instead of doing any of that, we good or bad, received $96,000 in an insurance payment for damage over there. And I think I talked to you about having this taken out of there for the roof. And I got the, good, and yes. So instead of even impacting this budget, we will proceed to get estimates for us right away, because that's a problem. And Mariah knows that, because we talked to Mariah.
Are we also putting this out to bid, so are we doing a bid package for this one as well?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that's a good idea. So they will have their problem taken care of without having any impact on this budget, which I think is very good.
That's amazing.
That's good.
Well, we're trying, but, yeah, so that's what we decided to do with that. The other thing that I included, as per request from this board several times, mainly by one person, was to include financing and money for opening on Sundays. So we included that here. We are not, there's nothing official yet, but we're moving ahead on that the best we can, and as soon as I can let you all know where we are, I will let you know. But I'm hopeful we can accomplish this. But until we have all this done, I can't bring anything to you to consider. So, but I put the money in there. We put the money in there for it. Those are the only two things I can talk about. You can ask Forrest and Ryan anything else, but.
Well,
Do you have an agreement on that?
No, not yet.
They're in
I do have a
conversation.
question for Forrest.
Yeah.
Since you're here, first of all, hi.
Hi.
What is your opinion about Sundays, just right off the top of your head? You personally, your staff, everything.
Good question.
Yes, I'm just putting you right on the spot as a friend.
My opinion on Sundays, well, it used to be, and it has been said on social media that, well, everybody who worked there knew the schedule and they were hired. Well, I'm the only one left that knows that schedule. If we were to go back to T's and S's, I wouldn't have a crew. Nobody's gonna work both weekend days. But I understand that their Sundays should be a thing. So we're compromising and we're working on it. My opinion is, I don't have one right now.
Okay, that's great though, thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, that's a good, great question.
I'll just pass that along to the people who asked me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman,
I guess, given that my question would be if that we can get full agreement with everyone who needs to agree,
yes, sir.
that if we can do the Sunday morning bare bones.
Yes.
Trash.
Yes.
At this cost,
Yes.
I would certainly be in favor of it. But
Well, I don't know what anybody else has to say. I can tell you that we are working diligently, and Forrest and I are with Chris and Larry, and we're having very positive discussions. And I would like to say to you that within a short time frame, we will be bringing something to you, but I won't tell you. Then Carmen would ask me, well, what's short time, and I don't have that, but.
You wouldn't.
Yeah, no, you're saying June or whatever, and or March or May or whatever, yes, you would, you've done that to me. But anyway, that's fine. I'm very positive about what we're doing right now. There's my answer to you. And I say that with all due respect to everybody that's involved. So
I'll take Carmen's place, and I will ask you the time frame, given that we are presumably going to have these numbers finalized for the March 24th meeting.
I would love to have an answer by then. I'm trying to do that. How about that?
Good to know. What, if any, is the contingency plan if you don't have an answer?
I am usually, everybody in this room knows I'm a half-glass empty person. On this one, I'm a half-glass full person. I am not looking at a contingency.
All right, that's good to hear.
There's my answer, sir.
It was a good answer.
Excuse me.
question I have, when we were talking about the roof repairs,
Yes,
that's not on here.
no.
Was that included in the other one of the 65,000? Or
No.
was that just for that building?
That's just for that one.
Okay, and this one's being covered by the insurance payout?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yep. We needed relief on that, on this budget, so got
Yep.
creative,
No,
legally creative.
I'm fine with everything in this budget, including the wage adjustment for the foreman. Once again, that brings that in line with other jobs with those responsibility, that level of responsibility.
I am in favor of everything in the budget, especially the foreman's, as we do in other foreman's, that this is a good adjustment.
I am fine with everything. My actual only question was, I thought initially that the tipping fees and the different pieces of, that we pay as fees were going to increase significantly, and I'm not seeing that here, so.
Recycling was the biggest increase.
Right, recycling is the same amount as trash now for a tipping fee.
Now, may I just say, not to get too pedantic here?
Sure.
But that fee set through Eco Maine, I don't know if they or the state has reached out to you about the extended producer responsibility bill?
No.
Okay. Don't want to get too in the weeds here, but
Oh, maybe they did. Yes, they
EPR,
did.
EPR?
Yeah, okay.
That is gonna be mandated, and we don't love unfunded mandates, but this is gonna be mandated
Oh.
next year. And that is going to reduce some recycling cost because of a reimbursement program. So it does seem so counterintuitive to have recycling be the same as waste, because what's the,
Right.
aside from if you really love the environment, just do it for that
Right.
reason, what is the
Right.
motivation? Right now, it would look like there isn't any, but something is coming down the road that will start to lower that cost.
But at the same token, our trash is incinerated and makes renewable energy anyway, or MSW, so either way.
That's right.
Paul, the tipping fee recycling, I sent it to you, I think was just 30% increase. Demo is almost 7%, and one of the other ones is at least 3%, so. Here's a question we don't need to answer now, but we're going to have a spirited discussion, I'm sure, on what we are going to charge for our stickers.
yeah.
Not now, but we have to have that discussion.
We
That's all I'm
added
gonna say
a
at
few
this
things
point.
on the fee schedule that we think are more in line with how much everything is costing.
Yeah, we're working on the fee schedule, but this is, we've talked about, I've talked about it with everybody down there. And
Everything's going up on the other end.
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, well, you all will help us, because I don't know.
Rather than dig back to that, you have some assumption in that now, right, for revenue?
Yeah. Yes. I don't think I assumed the higher, well, what other, people are charging $40, people, we're at a low rate. And we moved to 5 or 10, this is, without having an open discussion right now, because we just haven't done everything, but we're gonna come back to you on that, because it's gonna be a serious.
Because right now, what are
decision.
we, $5 or $10?
10, 5 or
10
extra.
for 5, 10.5 for a replacement.
Yeah.
Or an extra,
So,
Per year.
per year.
yeah,
Some places charge 300 for a year,
Well, and that's kind of what I was
you
just,
know?
well, I wouldn't bring that to you, but
no.
I'm too smart to do that.
I get yelled at when they went annual, I don't wanna go, let's not jump too high now.
Yeah.
No, but we did talk about all these things, and we decided that we would work on the budget first, and then we're gonna come back and have an open discussion on this, because it has to be had, and I know you all know that, so.
When you ask for an increase, whether it be 10, 20,
Yeah.
30,
Yes, sir.
whatever,
Yes,
how do you collect all the fee monies? Because I don't think it's right for 50% of the people to pay for a sticker and 50% of the people don't pay for a sticker.
you know what, you're right. And I'm gonna ask you a question, how come that's happened all these years when you're here?
Why? Because I knew you couldn't collect it all
I know that, that's why you're asking me.
unless you have an individual down at the gate.
And we've done that.
Oh, no,
Didn't
I
that
know, I
increase?
know you have.
Didn't that increase your numbers?
It did, but
It caught
when
the
you look
cheaters
at
for a while.
previous years, and then you look at the times that we actually stopped people, all we did, maybe it was a 10% increase, all we did was just clog up Sandy Creek Road for 10% more money and make a lot of people angry.
I think they've done this once since I've been here, I don't know if it was in August that we talked and you were just checking a few people and I got some phone calls, but I just said, listen, you know, if you don't have a sticker, you shouldn't even, well, you know, I used to have one years ago and I know, we're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Are you getting grief for that? Absolutely.
Yeah, always.
So I really, you know, I've thought about it and I don't wanna be, you know, the bad guy to go after anybody who doesn't have a sticker or an updated one, but we have to do something, there's no question. Especially if we're gonna have a possible increase. Everybody's gotta be on the same page with this, that's only fair, so you're right about that. I will defer to your wisdom and experience on bringing something back to me.
I think we'll have to make sure Bob's got an updated sticker.
A policeman.
Oh, no, actually, we're move on, Mr. Chairman.
We'll move on.
Jeez.
Do you, I didn't twist the book around, but
Yes,
the, I guess, placeholder, I'm gonna call it, that you have in the revenue section
yes,
is conservative. Is that
yes,
correct?
That's based on the current fee schedule, so
Yeah.
if we increase it, the revenue would be higher.
Okay.
yes,
That's the floor.
yes,
Here's my
yes.
philosophy about stickers, though. Stickers are your right to use the transfer station, not to be considered necessarily a revenue source. So if people are willing to pay for trash for the operation of the transfer station and their property taxes, I'm fine with that. So for me, the only purpose of having a sticker is to give you the right to use the transfer station, not as a revenue source.
Now,
So that's my philosophy,
I'm
take it or
not-
leave it.
I'm
can
not-
I say something that just kind of always bugged me?
Oh,
So, we charge our taxpayers for a sticker, okay? Every June, July, they get their tax bill. On the bottom of their tax bill is a punch card. That's worth $40-50, but we're charging them for a sticker. Why are we giving them $50 back and then charging them $10 for a sticker?
Well, that's an interesting question.
I thought it was a real good point, because I've always said that, why are we doing it that way? Take the punch card away, put the sticker on the tax bills.
That's an interesting concept.
Because that's all money that's $50, that's 300 pounds of demolition that we're paying to get rid of. I mean, and we give it to the taxpayer, I get that. I mean, I get one every year on my taxes. I mean, but I always wondered, why do I get that and I gotta buy a sticker? I mean, I buy a sticker because just because I work there don't mean I'm, above the law, so I get one too. But it's always been a thing to me that I just don't understand, I guess.
I
That's
don't
an
know,
excellent-
it's always been that way, as long as I've been in Bridgton.
It doesn't make any
It's been that
sense.
way.
and this is why I
I don't
include
use
people
it.
like this in our budget.
Yes,
I don't
we've
use
invited
it.
for us when we start to talk about these things, and it's so good to get your perspective, because you see it from a completely different perspective.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you're not gonna make money on stickers, and every time I turn around, I see a new apartment building. And they gotta come buy a sticker, because they don't have dumpsters. So, I mean, all those tenants gotta buy a sticker, so we're gonna make some kind of revenue on the sticker. But I'm saying the taxpayers, why are we giving them $50 and a ticket and then charging them $10 for a sticker, Just,
Well, that's,
We're nice guys.
buddy, that's why I
Speak for
was,
yourself.
All good questions.
they are.
just
There
kinda
goes my
seems
police
backwards.
officer.
There, yeah, there you go.
Okay, another way of handling it.
Okay. Any,
You guys have anything else you want to talk about that?
Although the fee for the sticker would pay.
Mr. Chairman, you got anything else for him?
I'm good.
Everybody?
I'm good.
You're right on your comment.
You all set?
Dan, you
All right,
good?
consensus? Yep.
Good by you.
Okay. I'm free to go.
All right. Forrest, thank you for coming.
Thank you, have a good day.
Thank you, pal.
Enjoy your afternoon.
Enjoy the rest of your day off.
All right.
Yeah, right.
You sure you don't want to hear about cemeteries, Forrest?
Oh my God, I have to say.
He said, are you sure you don't wanna stay for the cemetery talk?
That's the first thing that comes to
Been there, done that, thank you.
That's true. Everybody else is thinking it, you say.
Okay. Mr. Chair.
All right. I don't recall what the change was.
We need a new mower down, is that what we've got scheduled?
That's parks.
Parks, that's right, okay.
Cemetery's good to go.
Cemetery's good to go?
No more.
No more, I heard. No more, okay.
No more.
Okay, there is, yeah, okay. So, yeah, there's no mower in the cemetery.
It's in parks.
No new, no.
No new mower, no. We have a mower, we got a new mower last year for cemeteries.
In the cemetery.
Which one? Oh, I know. This one.
People have questions
This one.
No?
about cemeteries? Nope. Going once, going twice? All in favor, consensus? Yep. Parks Department, number 74.
I just want to say one thing on cemetery. Occasionally, I had music across the street from my house in the cemetery. A guy with a bagpipe walks up and down and up and down.
Okay.
Yeah,
not Larry.
seriously.
Yep.
Right, Larry.
And the one instrument I really do not care about
It's the bagpipe.
is the bagpipe. Well,
And your last name is Manhattan?
yeah. They only know how to play one song. Even though they have different titles, it all sounds the same to me.
Maybe the guy will be like, did the Allman Brothers write one of their famous songs, I believe, was written in a cemetery in front of the name. I can't think of the name.
Oh, yeah, I know, yeah.
Because the name was on the gravestone.
I thought you were tying the
Oh,
Allman Brothers to
is it
bagpipe.
in memory of Elizabeth Reed?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
a great one. Get my southern bona fides for
Yeah,
that.
that's right.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, we move on to parks. And there's where we see
30/50.
a $6,000 lawn mower.
Well, that's, oh, okay.
First of all, I would like to say that the department does an incredible job on all our cemeteries. I've watched them and how they're able to go with all the issues they have to deal with. Yeah, I support whatever they need on equipment, et cetera.
And parks.
Okay, well, this is not, yeah, this is parks, but
I know it, but before they get the parks,
He
they go
thinks
through
the
the
cemetery is
cemetery.
park.
I mean,
No, and the great work they do in the parks, everything, the cemeteries, everything.
Appreciate it, thank you.
They do a great job.
We have crossovers that they help everybody, which is something that's not really talked about too much. But when somebody needs something, they all pitch in and go to other departments. I've been places that hasn't been the case, trust me, so. Mr. Chairman, you got much to talk about there?
I have very little to talk about, other than, oh, never mind. I'm not gonna talk about it, never mind.
Okay.
The only question I have that I've seen on this, I mean, I understand you said you're buying a new lawnmower, the leaf blowers. Why are we putting 0 in for equipment repair? We know stuff breaks down.
We can normally fix it in-house.
Yeah,
It
usually
comes out of mine.
just
That
Scott's
comes
budget.
out of you,
Yeah.
okay, then that's that.
Yeah, parts and
Yeah,
repair.
I just see previously, you know, we spent 1,600,
Oh, yeah.
1,500. Well,
Yeah.
1,500 budgeted this year, we spent nothing, but then all of a sudden it just completely comes out. But if you guys can handle most of it in there, then perfect.
All right, consensus on parks, just to keep it official. Yep. And speaking of parks, the next one is Pondicherry Park, a very specific park. Which I have no questions on.
I don't have questions on it, but maybe you, Paul, know the answer. Do you all still have the counter that charts how many people go in that park?
Yes.
Is it still going up, or do we have any attendance?
I think when I first got here, I thought it was 37,000, but I don't know what it's, since I've been here. After that, I don't
I don't know
know.
the
Just
number.
curious. Such a great park.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm curious about what the completion of the ADA trail from the Ham Bridge grant is.
It's that very little section that runs, boy, I don't think it runs more than 100 feet. They made the change to the bridge and all, so it was accessible. But then when you get off the bridge into the park, there's a rough section. Like I said, I'm not quite sure if it's 100 feet that kind of wraps around
A lot of routes.
and just needs to complete essentially the fact of making it all accessible on a wheelchair. Because then it feeds into
The other.
the one that was done long ago, a couple of years ago.
Yep.
And
So who's gonna be doing the work?
That's a great question.
Yeah, I only heard last year when David was still here that we were gonna do it in the winter possibly, but it was kind of back burner, because getting equipment in there, our equipment doesn't fit in the woods.
So the people who did the
I think Kyle
trail.
Warren, I think Kyle Warren did the trails
Yeah.
on Willow Road, and he had smaller equipment.
Yeah,
We don't have
you
that.
perfect equipment.
Yeah,
for
little carts that
working,
get down
and it was
in there.
amazing to
Yeah,
watch.
yeah, he
We
has that
supplied
little
the
dump
gravel,
trailer.
and then he did the work.
So, this is just a comment, and I think people who develop these budgets should start thinking this way. So this bike rack, we have no description of what kind of bike rack it is or what kind of, how it's gonna be installed. And I think this is a perfect item that could be a corporate contribution or private contribution or something else. So this is very void of any plan. But I'm not saying it's not necessary.
right?
I have a question. The Pondicherry Park Committee, et cetera, do they have any money?
There is a small reserve that has money in it for Pondicherry Park, and
Actually, it's like 45,000.
I think 41 at least.
Yeah, it's a pretty sizable reserve.
So my question is, why don't they do this out of that reserve? Why should we have to raise money in taxable money when we already have money?
We can allocate that.
well, I guess the distinction would be that we would, following that philosophy, we would, in essence, never build up reserves because we would say, oh, here's an item and there's a reserve, so let's take it out of the reserve.
Well, what do you have reserved for?
Well, a few years ago, Matt came to us to talk about the very sad emerald ash borer situation. And there are a lot of ash trees in that park that
Yes.
will, unfortunately, inevitably, sooner than later, die and have to come down, and there would be some expense on removing those trees. That's the only thing I can think of.
Well, I think that's a point, but when that happens, they should be paid for then. Right now, I'm looking at this year's taxes, and if they have 45,000 in their reserve, I think they should take it out of their reserve and not raise money in taxes. They got everybody excited, didn't they?
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. I totally agree with you. In fact, that's, I think they should be looking for outside money for the bike racks.
Pondicherry Park has historically, I'm gonna say, achieved a greater share of outside money than almost any other activity within the town that I can think of. Between LEA, Luneco Land Trust, private donations, including really the park itself, from Peter Lowell having the one section on the one side. I mean, the establishment and operation of that park has been funded, again, more so from non-town sources than almost any other town thing that I can think of. So it's not a case that they have not reached out for grants and received grants and applied grants and sought donations and received donations. So
Nobody's accused them of not doing that, but this is
So
a situation, particularly the bike racks, it's a thing. I don't know if they look for any grants. The park committee has not been to the select board. They didn't address this in particular. They've got 41,877 in their reserve account.
They continue to look for grants, and again, have been successful in the past about getting grants. So actually, I'd say the two organizations of LEA and Luneco Land Trust are both incredibly active in the grant market,
They are.
as well as what their mission is, so.
I look at it simple. At home, in my budget, I got $45,000. But I need 15 over here to do a project. Well, 45,000, 15. Now, let's go to the taxpayers. We don't want to spend any money out of the 45,000, then what the hell do you have it for? You shouldn't be asking anybody any money if you're just gonna come to the taxpayers.
Well, this is taxpayer money.
Again, if you look at.
That's what I'm saying.
If you look at all the different reserves we have and consider the people who are coming within this budget that actually have a reserve, you're suggesting we run all the reserves down to zero if they could be applied to some item that's actually in the budget. So you're just basically not in favor of reserves.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Okay.
Reserves are taxpayer money. This is
Yes.
money that the people vote on to put into reserve account for future use. The fire apparatus reserve account, that's for big pieces of equipment. We got $45,000. We can't buy anything for fire apparatus for $45,000.
So we shouldn't use it then? In other words,
No, I'm just saying it's there for a bigger purpose. They've got $41,000. They want to spend $15,000 on this, we'll spend it out of the reserve account. It's already been raised by the taxpayers.
so if they came forward.
It's not depleting the account.
If they came forward with a project that, what you say the reserve was 41,000?
41,000.
So if they came forward with a project that cost 50,000, you'd say, well, let's consider that project because they can't fund it with the 41, and we'll keep the 41 in reserve, and we'll discuss funding the 50.
No, I might say, let's take 20,000 out of the reserve account and fund the balance.
So should we do that with a fire apparatus?
You could if you wanted to, but
Should we do, I mean, there's a whole series of,
sure, you could deplete all of those accounts if you want to.
So-
Gotta put it to the voters.
so your suggestion would be the Public Works Equipment Reserve?
No, my suggestion is $15,000 be taken out of this account to do this capital improvement project for bike racks and finishing the Ham
88.
ADA thing, which was supposed to have been totally paid for by the grant. So, I'm just saying. I'm not, you know, so you're making me angry about this. It's just, I'm not angry about this.
Go ahead, get angry.
But they've got
Is there a
funds.
second?
They've taxpayer dollars sitting aside here that we can use and not deplete the account. Why not use it?
Mr. Chairman, did anybody down here want to comment? We know, I think, where we're going with two.
Yeah, let me say this to you, Paul. If this wasn't something you support, you'd be cutting our throats if we didn't take the money out of their reserve account and raise taxes.
I would not be, Bob, because I look at all those other reserve accounts. and
You're full of
there's
money.
There's items in there that I don't
No,
support,
no,
and
no.
I'm not urging that money be taken from.
I'm done. I'm done because talking to you on this here is like talking to the wall.
No.
But you almost ate.
How we, okay, any,
I'm gonna vote yes.
All right, I'm gonna vote yes.
I'm gonna vote no.
I'd like to vote yes, but I'd like it to come out of the reserve account. So I guess the choice is no.
And Dan?
I would vote yes.
Hey. All right, next item then is the Ham Complex.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both very much for being here.
Actually, I got a question about, from Public Works about the
Yep.
Ham Complex.
Sure.
Chris, you
So-
can't leave yet.
We've got this big project coming on, this $1 million
Oh.
project. And in the grant, it was stated that Public Works was going to do in-kind services.
I only know a little bit when Dave Messi spoke about it, providing like gravel. Is the project a playground or is it just building or what was it?
It's turning fields,
So
pickleball courts, playgrounds.
basically labor, we'd be helping out.
Okay,
equipment
so
labor.
you've got this in your
Very
bailiwick.
big, I'll give it Leslie when the time comes. Gary had spoken about switching the
Yeah.
fields a couple times, I mean,
Feel
we have a
free.
good working relationship, so just whatever you guys need, just as long as we schedule it, we can do it.
Okay,
So like we did.
I just want to be sure it was on your radar.
No, it is, we did Lower Ball Field a couple years ago, and we did all that down there when Jim Ketter was here, so I'm used to it, I know what we're doing.
I know you do.
All right.
Great question. Mr. Chairman, these are two folks that were included that, not that they don't know what recreation is, but I included them obviously in the budget process since Gary wasn't here, so. I will let them answer your questions, and then as we keep moving, there's some other things I'm sure we're all gonna talk about with recreation, but,
We'll
Leslie,
start out
Matt?
with, we'll start out in the Ham Complex.
Sounds good.
We discussed, actually 3 sets of bleachers finally for the Ham Complex and also utilizing one of them inside for the basketball, which people stand around and been doing it for years. We included 1 set, just so you know. That's part of this, and it will also be part of the recreation piece too. Just thought I'd throw that out if you see.
So there's bleachers in both
No.
budgets?
No, it's in this one.
It's in this one, yes. They're movable, they're transferable, you can do that.
They're like a tilt and roll, so.
It's two, one's a 2-row bleacher and the other's a
Yes,
3-row.
well, yes, the 2-row bleacher is the size that will fit on the sideline in the town hall. And so it essentially will double your amount of seating for that space because its depth is just over the chair depth there, so.
So it's 2 sets of bleachers?
One is a 2-row, one is a 3-row.
Okay,
So the
so
3-row
it's
won't
2
fit on the sideline, but it could fit in the
I'm
back
sorry,
of the
that's
town
right.
hall. and both of them would be used at the Ham Complex for multiple seasons.
And that's at $6,000.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's 5,000
Yeah, the
for the
bleachers were
and
5 for the
miscellaneous,
two,
another
yeah.
1,000.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is, forgetting for a second the actual getting bleachers, it's $5,000, it's $3,600 for the bleachers and $1,400 to ship them?
Yes.
There's no supplier
No.
that
No.
you don't have, I mean, it's astounding, the relative shipping to the total cost is like an amazing number.
Yeah, no, and that, there was at least 6 different vendors that we looked through, and that was the, the least expensive for that, but the shipping is there, because it's all based on weight, so.
Yeah, I mean, I can
They're
tell you,
metal
Paul,
bleachers, so.
when you talk about cost factors, so I had a, front quarter panel on my dump truck that got caved in. I ordered the panel was $119. Take a wild guess what the shipping was.
$200.
$139.
Oh,
$20 more to ship it than it cost me to buy it. But you can't buy it. There's nobody, like, I can't just run down the street and grab that
No.
quarter panel. You have to order them. And the shipping has gotten
And-
out of control.
And most of it is based on freight shipping.
Yeah,
So it
it's all
is based
freight.
on weight, it's not like,
Yeah, I was
you know,
thinking that.
UPS or DHL or anybody else, they're not handling these things, it's,
I was thinking that there might be a local supplier of,
Yeah, you're using tractor trailers for shipping that stuff, and that's where they get you.
So considering the project that's going to be going on down there, is that going to interfere with the use of the complex during the summer?
during the summer,
you,
potentially, during the spring it won't. During the spring, we'll be able to have our sports and whatnot going on. We can still work around it in the phases too, so that the plan would never be to not be able to use the complex at all. That would make it very challenging for us to do any of our
Make a lot of
programs
people mad,
without
too.
that, so,
they'd be upset about that.
but,
Just as a follow-up, Carmen, we're gonna hear supposedly by April, well, I say that, it's been how long?
that's our,
A while.
A while, right, but at least we got
at least we got a date,
Well,
ish. We got a month,
a date-ish.
a date-ish.
Yeah,
You got pre-confirmation and you get a
Yeah.
date for full confirmation.
Yeah, and-
It's a date includes a month and not just a season or a
Yeah,
section of
so
the
we're-
year, so.
I'm half glass empty.
So, I'm a little concerned about this project, and it's no surprise to anybody. It was priced out 2 years ago, and my concern is that we're gonna go over budget on that, and I really don't want to.
You directed me not to, in your nice way.
So in your plan, you need to figure out what you might live without.
I'm sure we'll be sharing everything with you step by step, and then we'll receive your opinions on things. Directions, use not opinions.
So I'm just gonna say that bleachers is another thing that is a good donation from a company or a corporation, but I'm not gonna say no to it.
which I go, what?
I'm not gonna say no to it.
First of all, I want to thank you for becoming our director.
Thanks, Bob.
You were able to pick up where it was left off in somewhat rough condition. And you picked up and you ran with it. And I said, I thank you for being our director. I think you're doing the job that we needed to have done.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Going back to the direction Carmen was going in, the contracted services of $23,000 for sports field and $7,900 for northeast vegetation. So the contracted services are going from $25,000 to $30,900. Is that consistent also with the ongoing construction, or is it possible that we're gonna be working on fields that are then gonna be, the orientation's gonna move, and so we're beefing up this field, but then we're changing it?
No, the orientation is just that field 3 right there, that is really, it's not.
It's in the sun.
Yeah, it's in the sun, it's got some of its own drainage issues, you know, deep in left field too. But it's, the rest of that, it's a large complex, so the rest of it, like, there is weed mitigation and fertilizer and turfus and, you know, work on the other fields that we're using too. Ideally, we like to get all of the fields in use in the spring, and, you know, we have lacrosse and soccer up there as well on the main game fields, not just on the baseball and softball fields too, so.
And I think you made a decision, it's not just one application anymore.
Correct.
So that's why we had.
It's
So
definitely
previously
something,
it
if you
was
stay on top
one.
of it, it's something that we can,
Yeah.
you know, keep the fields nice and usable, and if you don't, and you've let off for it for a bit, you know, weeds get
Yeah.
right in there, the clover gets in there, and that's really hard to get rid of, so.
I am also going to continue down Carmen's theme of corporate sponsorship, and I see sign repair here.
Yeah.
Replace the Ham Complex sign and replacement field name sign 3.
Yeah, so those were the fields that, when we took on the complex, that all of that fundraising had been done by the Bragg Group to have those fields named. So the individual names of the fields, those signs are definitely in disrepair.
There.
Are you gonna replace the sign out on 302?
No.
You should call it Tractor
Oh, you
Supply
gotta
Field.
replace it, that's for $100,000. You're not gonna
The Ham
replace that
Complex
sign?
at the
Oh my God,
Bridgton
that is
Tractor
disgusting.
Supply Field.
It is.
It's disgusting.
Yeah.
Anything else from anybody?
No, I'm in favor of it.
Mr.
All right,
Chair?
do we have a consensus on Ham Complex? All right? Yes. And now the rec. Okay, wait a minute,
That's another one that's upside down.
If you allow me to lead this discussion, I'll start it anyway. I think, and we all know the enrichment program. Right, Leslie?
Yep.
Kat? And we sat down with several people and we worked out things. We apparently, I've heard people over the year that it's been not available, and I think we've all talked about this at one point together, but that there's a need for it. Now, I know the argument will be, and I'm not trying to tell anybody what their argument is, that, you know, private sector, public sector, I've been on both sides of this. But we have, as a group, received letters and emails and calls about this. I'm not gonna tell you it's 100 people, but I'm gonna tell you it's a couple dozen, just me, over the last, well, since, you know, the previous rec director has been gone. And I just say, you know, we'll consider it, you know, at our next budget. And we're at our next budget now. So, we included it. I asked both, well, everybody, but Leslie and Kat, okay, listen, can you convince me that it's the right thing to do? And I asked questions about, obviously, staffing, because that was part of the issue, apparently. I asked, do you believe there's a need for this? I didn't ask if we're gonna make money on it. That's not where I went. Although there's obviously revenue attached to it, but it's nowhere near what the cost would be, and let's not just kid each other. The question is, do you think there's a need to bring this program back for the town of Bridgton, and I have been convinced that there is a need for it. Now,
I'm sorry, Dan, can I stop you one
yeah,
second? Did you say enrichment program, or did you say before and after school?
I'm talking the before and after school program is what I'm talking about.
Okay, because
Yeah.
there is in the budget, and the enrichment program is a separate,
Yes, yeah, but the before and after, but
now
it's
you're
all,
talking before and after.
yeah.
The before and after is not in this budget.
And before and after is not.
It's encapsulated under
Yeah,
that
it is,
enrichment.
it's always been a part of the enrichment program, like,
Yeah.
because it's school year and
Oh, it's
summer.
part of the
It's
enrichment program?
School year and summer
Yes.
is the enrichment program.
So that complicates looking at it. I was gonna try to separate it, okay, but then we just have done this in previous years, obviously, so that's why it was left that way. So that is my point, is that either the before or after enrichment program, whatever, however you wanna term it, you all have to determine if you think there is a real need to bring it back. And now you can talk to, Leslie and, because there are also, and then Kat, because there are also other effects if we don't do it on other programs. So I just, in the people that are part of this program that work for us, and then go into the other programs in the summer. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm setting the table for the discussion, and now you ask away.
Okay, because and maybe I was confused, because
I'm sorry.
I thought we had ended the program that we previously had and no longer have is the before and after school.
The
Is that-
before and after school was not active this school year.
Correct.
Is that
That's correct.
Is that correct? And that's the program that he's talking about, or you're talking about restoring. And
Yes.
it's included in this budget under enrichment program, which I guess also includes maybe some other activities?
So the enrichment program budget, yes, that is the before and after school, that's our summer camp budget is in there as well. That's the summer seasonal part of the enrichment program. But also our other enrichment activities have historically been paid out of there. For example, like the ping pong balls purchased for ping pong, pickleball, equipment purchased for pickleball, other adult activities, anything, karate, like the things that are also community enrichment activities that don't, that don't fall under, it's a sign, Bob. The other things that don't fall under youth athletics or a town event, essentially.
So how much, and I understand the idea that there's implications of you get somebody and they do some work on the before and after school, and they also work on other programs.
Yes.
But how much is the cost of the before and after school program?
So
Roughly, and I understand it's hard to separate some things where people are sort of in dual positions, but
I would say it's really hard to separate things because of dual positions. Like, this is based definitely on the individual and what their title is. And that's how the budget's always been laid out, as far as this hourly wage and part-time wage sections, right? So even in summer, we have people who are lifeguards and camp counselors. So some of their shifts during the week are at the beach covering lifeguard shifts, and some of their shifts are in the summer camp as camp counselors. And then these, what we have as recreation support staff right now, because we felt it was a more appropriate and clear title for the folks that have been working in our before and after care. They're included in the summer camp staffing, they're included in the ice rink staffing and the open gym staffing during the year when we're having people cover those things as well. They're the people who are coming and working at town events, are when they work as an official, because they are employees, it is paid out of the payroll line and not out of the athletics line. So depending on which employee is refereeing soccer games or basketball games or baseball games, it's going to change what their, like, those lines are making. So it is so enmeshed in that it's not just what programs we're running between 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock during the school year.
you're not doing it now, right?
No,
Okay,
no, but we
And-
still, we have still used those people for ice rink and for open gym supervision. We have used those people during our town events, in addition to volunteers, because there's no way we'd be able to have Festival of Lights with that, with just 2 people.
So the reason we stopped the program was because we couldn't get adequate staffing.
Well, that's what we were told,
It's
yes.
not a problem now?
The,
You don't think that'll be a problem to
I do
get
not.
qualified staff?
I do not.
I,
The,
go ahead.
yeah, the staff, the former staff and others have reached out to myself and to Nikki and Dawn with interest in still doing this work.
I basically said, and I know, just a second, Mr. Chair, I just basically said, convince me, but there's no way that I'm gonna support this if there is one problem with staff if we do this program again and get involved. You have to tell me you have a list of people that are legitimate, that you know, that will not take 2 weeks off and we're all of a sudden getting calls because the 6 o'clock one or the 3:30 section isn't covered. I'm not gonna support this. And I was convinced that that's not the issue this time. Now, that's all I can tell you, because that's exactly what I pointedly told both of them. And it was a long discussion, but I'm just telling you what the discussion was.
now, there's no specialty training, like people don't have to be, I mean, they're working with kids, right, little kids. And they don't have to be like background checked,
They are.
fingerprinted.
All of our
They
stuff
do,
that's
and they
18
are.
plus is background checked and fingerprinted. The same with our sports, like people have to be background checked.
And we also
Those as
provide
well.
additional training through Maine Roads to Quality and
But I'm hung up on the fact that we're not doing this program, and it seems like what you're saying is, oh, we can do this program, and it's gonna be staffed by people that we already have, we're already paying, but they're currently not doing that program, they're doing other things. So are they, I'm having a tough time seeing how this isn't additive to what you're currently doing.
Are these
And-
programs paid for?
Do they collect, are they paid for? Do they collect revenue? Yeah, there's
It's a revenue
fees,
collecting-
they're revenue
Of
generating
which, if I
programs.
remember in the past, collects all of it, if not close to all of it.
I mean, I think that there's a significant investment in the community building. There is. Our sports aren't a complete offset either. Like, there is, with recreation,
Right.
there is definitely an investment in these things. And I think looking at them, it's because it's beyond a specific sport or beyond childcare, it's an investment in the community.
So
And the
when we-
reason it wasn't, excuse me.
No, it's okay, I'm sorry.
The reason it wasn't a lost a year is because we were told it was difficult to get employees to cover the event, where,
Yes.
putting that aside, going back before that year, it's a great program. It serves a lot of people in need that, believe me, if I had to pay today what they have to pay for a child to be taken care of, my 3 children would have been sitting home. It's a huge cost to them, and in some cases, it requires some parents to stay home,
Yes.
because if they want to send their children there, they have to have a second job, and it just isn't worth it to them, and they end up losing the ability of going out to work because they have to stay home taking their children. So, one, I think it's a great program that's served. Two, it's revenue sharing, which a lot of our recreation is not. So that's a bonus point in my opinion. As I said earlier, when I made a remark that I was very happy that you became our director, I think under your leadership that you will have the proper amount of staff. It will be run well the way everything has gone since you've taken over. And therefore, I would support this program 100%.
Thank you.
Paul, I think one of the things, I hear what you were saying about the staffing and the current staff is there to do it, why aren't they doing it? I think part of it is no, the current staff that was there doing that job is no longer there right now. And I think there was some staffing, I guess the best way to put it, conflicts would be a word I would use. That's why they're no longer here, and that's why they didn't have the staff to run it. The current staff that they have right now, I don't think would support running the before and after school program. You would need to hire, if I'm correct, you would have to bring back in additional people.
Yes.
The staff that you currently have cannot handle
Correct.
running that program.
Correct.
You would bring back in the people that,
Yeah.
let's just say that reached out to you from before that say, hey,
Definitely.
we would definitely come back with you running it and you running it, you know,
Yes.
whoever. But it's still, I guess my other point to this would be, the money's there right now to start this program up tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, because it was in this budget. It's there. So I would encourage, let's see how quickly we could get that going if this does go through, because it'll give you time to build up for the summertime, because the money's already there. It's not like you're coming back to us and saying, hey, we want to start this in April or May to get a jump start on it. The money's already there.
Yep.
We already have it. It's been allocated. And I'm with Bob in terms of, I think it's a great program. It's definitely a needed program. And kind of like Bob, he says he has 3 kids. I got 7. I couldn't imagine what that would cost. Now, granted, we're a blended family, but I still have 7 children between the 2 of us. So there's definitely a need. And, you know, if you look at the town as a whole, and I don't have the exact numbers yet, but you look at our free and reduced lunch program. I believe that's over almost 60% maybe now, you know? So it does, you know, I think, help a lot of people in the town, so.
I just
So
want,
This project was started at the beginning of the pandemic,
Yes.
and we used a lot of financial opportunities from the state of Maine, whether that came from the state or the federal.
Yeah, we had a federal grant at that time.
So that funding has disappeared.
That funding was just for that year.
Yeah.
We didn't have that federal funding after, I want to say, the June 2021 was the last time that we had that funding, starting July
Really?
1. We
That
didn't,
far
of that
ago?
year, yep. And that
So-
was for full day care, but that was a complete offset when we initially started this.
My qualm about doing this was just that, you know, we were told that they couldn't get the staff. If you can get the staff, and you can collect some fee to help support it. Okay.
And do you guys have a sliding scale?
So we took part in the state subsidy program, which has definitely in the last year been taxed, but not taxed, you know, as in revenue, but I mean, it's been a stressed system. It's definitely something that a lot of people have signed on to take part of. They had a wait list for quite a while, and they opened their wait list back up. So historically, before that, our scholarships, even for summer camp, were just a waiver in fees. You know, that was an expense that the town took on for a scholarship qualification. So at least with the subsidy care program, people who are approved for that first, we have them go through that process first so that we can recoup some of the fees. And then if there are reasons that people can be denied from that program because it is designed to be for working parents. So for example, if a parent is living off of disability and unable to work, they actually are denied for that program because it is based on a working parents program. And then we have our old, our scholarship form after that. But also too, I think you'll find within most of this too, and I've talked with other rec directors, and the majority of time, people are really interested in just making a payment plan. They need something that's affordable for them now, and there's a lot of people that aren't even actually looking for large amounts of it to be scholarships. Like, they want to be able to pay for parts of it. They just know that they can't afford it all up front, and they need the time to be able to do that.
So, the way the budget sits, this program, so the line items that affect this program are salaries, hourly wages, part-time wages, overtime wages, and the 3370 enrichment programs at 83,000.
Yes.
Those are the line items that affect this program? Okay, so I'll be honest with you, when I first looked at this budget, I didn't think it was in there because I don't consider it an enrichment program.
Exactly.
So I didn't understand those numbers. I apologize.
I'd just like to comment, I mean, I'm not in any way, shape, or form saying that it's not a program that's in demand. I mean, there's no question about that. Certainly it adds value to, to parents, and it may, as Don kind of alluded to a little bit, compete with private sector businesses that provide these services. And again, I understand many people can't afford those, but people who can might gravitate to this program rather than going to the private business, which I don't think is good. And I'm just gonna finish my thought here, because I think there's maybe a little bit of misconception just around rec in total. Like, when I look at this budget and I see the payroll expense, and I know it includes this initiative, which seems to have an unknown cost to it exactly, but it's $575,000. That is a higher payroll than anything in the town other than the police or public works. So we are investing, and that doesn't include the Ham complex, which is a separate entity. So the town is investing a large amount of money across the whole scope of recreation. And so I don't want people to think, you have a worthwhile program. If you don't offer it, we're just not meeting the needs of the citizens, because I want to be careful to say that I don't think that the dollars that the town spends and collects overall on recreation are low. In fact, from what I've seen in other towns, and it's always hard to compare, we are high. We are spending more than other towns on rec. And I just want to make sure people realize that, because again, I had 3 kids too, and it's expensive. So, I mean, it's expensive to take care of them. It's an expensive opportunity cost if your wife stays home to take care of them rather than working. I mean, there's no question about it. But again, when I line it up across the whole bottom line of the budget and the whole town spending, that's where I'm concerned, that it might not emerge as the highest priority even though it's a great program, and people really appreciate it.
And look what they have in their reserve account.
Don't tell me they have money in a reserve account.
Carmen?
Let's spend it.
And look what we have in the capital projects reserve account.
Carmen?
Which would be our roofs.
The Ham playground
No, I know,
is
I know,
assuming
I'm
use
not,
of
I'm not really,
most of that
I'm,
money that's in the
no,
reserve.
no, I'm not
for a
really
match.
advocating
Yeah,
spending.
no, I just wanted to keep that top
Yeah,
of
it's a way
mind.
to reduce the budget. I mean, the 6,000 for the bleachers, 15,000 for walkways and bike racks. By the way, if we need bike racks, we really need them at the beaches, not at the park. But
Can I say one thing?
I'm not advocating spending.
Yeah, Paul, can I say one thing to your comments you just made? And that is, the town of Bridgton shows that our number one priority is our children. And everything else that we pass here tonight, police department, fire department, everything else is important. And our children are just as important as all those other departments,
And
if not more.
and I think that that's pretty darn evident in the $13,053,839 we're spending on the schools.
Well, it really shows that we really take care of our children. And if you don't think so, well, you can move to other towns.
All right.
Other than that, I think we should call for a vote.
Yeah, I'm,
I support.
In favor.
Okay.
Salmon Point.
Salmon Point is a very short discussion. The only item that really jumps out is the $6,000 for the electrical and plumbing work that we're doing as soon as spring comes. We started the project or had some issues at the end of last year. Todd was directly involved with Chris, and the decision was to wait till spring.
Real quick,
Not
Deb.
spring, soon.
Yeah. Todd wanted, he had mentioned he wanted to be here for this. Deb,
No.
is he, oh, you are here? Okay, I can't see you
Yeah.
behind the pole, sorry.
Yep. Want to talk about anything?
If they have any questions, I think running a new water line down through the woods is badly overdue.
Yeah.
And we're gonna wait probably until actually the fall to run that, so we don't interrupt the spring and summer opening.
Okay.
But, yeah, that's just one of the phases of some of the improvements that we should be doing down there for the
Yep.
water system.
For the record, we will be advertising very shortly for, well, Scott Cushing retired, so we'll be looking for 2 people. The manager and the assistant, just would like to give you all a heads up. So, I'll do that kind of shortly. And good or bad, I don't know any of these people, so there's a lot of people that are interested apparently, so we'll go through the process and let everybody know what, or,
Be a great job.
oh, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, really? I think so, but, you ready?
Well, I mean, I'm saying I wouldn't necessarily not consider it. I've got a million other things going on.
No.
That to me, at this point in my life, sounds like a dream job.
It is a dream job.
And I know you'll find the right people
Well,
to do it. And I'm
well,
sad to
you'll
see
be,
Scott go.
you'll be applying.
Yeah, right. Talk me out of that.
You take senior citizen applications.
Yes, that's a great job for somebody.
You'll be vetted
Yeah.
very closely, okay? That's all I'm gonna say
Did
to you.
Scott retire recently?
Probably
I didn't
wouldn't
know
pass
that.
the fingerprint.
Yeah, he can,
But he's good?
yeah, oh yeah,
Okay, good.
yes, he is. Yep,
Right, the only comment I had is, I'm glad to see both this and wastewater in the actual budget presentation, because in prior years, they came, oddly enough, much after the fact of the rest of the budget, which was always a sticky point with me.
Well, I would agree that that should have been questioned, but I wasn't here and I'm not even gonna go there.
All right?
You guys are set?
Okay, thank you.
People have
Thank
questions?
Thank you,
People have
Leslie.
questions on the camp?
I just kind of go back to some of the ones that have been zeroed out when we've had numbers in previous budgets, like software maintenance and subscription. Do we not need that anymore? Is that because
We
of like
never
the new?
ended up using that software.
Okay. And then legal services? Very rarely? Okay. I know it was budgeted, but it doesn't show the actual, the actual for '24 was 500, nothing in '25. And then the only other question I have, because I do it all the time, the lab testing for the public water system, why are we dropping that when their rates are going up?
Because a lot of our testing is moving in-house because we have testing with wastewater.
Wastewater's gonna be doing,
Oh, okay. No, I just asked because, like, I know the lab that I use, I just got a letter that they were bought out by a national company, and now all of a sudden, my rate that used to be like $30 is now gonna be here, and I'm
well,
just like,
that's why I mentioned those things earlier.
Yep. no, so if we can do in-house testing, that's great.
Well, we are now because of.
With the
lab
license
equipment
that they're
with
getting.
the wastewater plant.
Yep, no,
yes.
that's perfectly,
So we made a good move there.
those were the only questions I had.
All right. Consensus? All right, good to go. And we move on to finance.
Yes. So, Owen for finance. And there's not a lot to hours. We have increased our part-time budget a little bit. We utilize Deb, who also has stepped up and been keeping us tidy as custodian, but she also works for us part-time. So I believe you've all met Rebecca Muse, who's our deputy finance director and in charge of payroll. We are a super duper busy office, and so
Yes, you are.
Deb is a huge help in doing some filing and, envelope stuffing on the weeks that we do payroll every week. And Deb comes in every other week and helps us catch up on some things. So we've put some more hours into that part-time support. Beyond that, overtime is reduced some. I think Rebecca would love some additional time off, having the ability to convert, overtime hours to comp time. So it's really a nice benefit for the municipality, so we reduced that. Other things that have increased in our budget, our auditing services have increased. Our charges this year and going forward will be more substantial, so that's an increase. And that's really the bulk of it. Any questions?
I never questioned finance.
I guess.
I'm good with it.
Good. All right. Consensus, comment? Good. Everyone's good with finance. As they should always be.
Okay.
Well, now we go all the way to 291 insurance.
Yes, insurance.
Way toward the back.
Of course, we do that to them, wouldn't you? Where is it?
And so insurances, I was in contact with Jim Chalmers. Most of our insurances through Chalmers as the broker. They don't have actual numbers for a period of time yet, but he suggested 12% was what we should plan for an increase. So across the board, our increases on insurance are based on his 12% estimate.
Mr. Chair, any comment?
I was perusing it because I thought I had a question, but I don't. Anyone else have any questions?
No, I'm impressed because insurance is so expensive and this is a nice number.
All right. Consensus? There we go. Employee benefits.
Okay. Just a moment.
People are watching at home. Employee benefits total $1,185,277.
Yes. So if we go down through employee benefits, the first line COLA adjustment, that was a placeholder last year because the collective bargaining agreements at the point where we're working on the budget were not yet finalized. We just sort of put a cost in there for what we anticipated increases would be. Now, all of those numbers for the collective bargaining agreements are in the individual areas, and so that's why it's now 0. It was a large number last year as a placeholder. If we scroll down through, other big numbers, health insurance is still, we've planned for a 9% premium increase. Health insurance premiums were at that level for this past year, 9.01, so essentially the same amount the last few years. And health insurance is just super expensive. And so, yes. Does anybody have any particular questions?
What is the, it doesn't affect these totals, but I'm just curious as to what is the employees that opt out of electing health insurance are eligible for 50% of a single subscriber's premium. What is that amount?
$162.22 a week. So, which
22 a week.
yeah, which is 8,400 a year. So our total cost of insurance, our piece, the town piece for a single employee, just so you know, the premiums. So a single employee, $1,405 a month. The employee plus a child, the premium is $22.94 per month, and a family plan is $31.53 a month. So the town pays all of the employee and then 50% of the excess premium if they have a family plan or a child in their plan. So, insurance is very, very pricey. Even for the employees who are on the family plan, even with town support, it's still about $873 a month that's coming out of their pocket, even with town support for a family plan, so
Yeah.
health insurance is just extremely expensive.
Thank you. Any discussion? Consensus? All right. Now we are on to number 11, administration.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
part of salary in the town manager's recommendation is to eliminate the deputy town manager's position and create an HR, human resources manager. Last year when we did the budget, we created a budget, and every time something came up in that budget, I would bring up the fact that we should put it aside until we hire a new town manager to see what vision he would have for the town. That was what I used a lot on many of the departments that wanted to get a couple of police cruisers and a couple of trucks and all down through the budget. This position that he's talking about is not an empty position presently at our town management program. It does include the assistant town manager position, which is presently held by an employee that has been with the town for over 30 years. But in that 30-year position, last year, she took on a position of interim town manager and led the town to the point we are today with our new town manager. She, year before that, went through a very difficult time with the management we had running the town. If the board decides to go with the town manager's request and eliminate the deputy town manager's position, I would not recommend doing it as of July 1st this coming year. I think that a 4-month notice to a 30-plus year employee is inadequate. I would think more, if you're going to eliminate this position, would be at least a year notice to a 30-year employee. As I said earlier, if this office was not presently have a deputy town manager, that'd be a whole different ballgame at this point, as far as the amount of time you give the employee notice of a change of her position. As I said, if, and that would allow that now, I have not talked to anybody about this, not a single selectman. And I think it requires a little bit more conversation with us than a matter of just 5 or 10 minutes. In addition to that, hiring a HR personnel, I understand, was received high marks in our priorities. Of course, that was a different board of selectmen that created that request of a HR person. Personally, I'm against an HR individual. It's been my position right along, and it's still my position. But if the rest of the board decides to hire an HR person, again, I think the Board of Selectmen needs to sit down in more than just 5 minutes and decide what we want for an HR individual and what their responsibilities are. As an individual that have seen other companies with HR positions, they do not have one standard policy they follow. It's a management, can be a management tool, and it can go in all different directions. And I think the Board of Selectmen would need to have time to sit down and decide within themselves exactly what they would want to fill that position. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your time.
I agree with Mr. McCann on everything.
So I'm in the beginning of my 3rd term here, and 7 years ago, the select board at that time discussed the need for some process other than what we had, because it wasn't working. Quite often, employees or staff would speak to us outside their job.
I'm sorry, guy, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You mean HR, you're talking specifically about the creation of HR position.
Well, when we started the conversation, we knew that there had to be something more than what existed, because it appeared that employees were not being heard or properly vetted, and that bending the ear of a selectman was an absolute waste of time, because we have no authority or power over personnel. That is entirely the job of the town manager.
Correct.
So, at that time, we talked about creating a review board that would review extraordinary complaints. If they have gone through certain levels and still were not resolved, they would be able to talk to this review board made up of selectmen and maybe other people. There's some towns around us that do that, but we recognize that as elected officials, we did not have any particular talents or certifications or qualifications to do this. So it was mostly, we would probably do more damage than good. So over the last 6 or 7 years, we've had a variety of staffing issues. Some we knew about directly, some we only knew about because staff talked to us. We have 66 employees in this town. They're all great, as far as I know, they're all great people, but I'm not their boss. I don't know what their issues are. I feel that we do need that personnel person, I'm not sure. I do feel like there needs to be more conversation about what that person's duties would be, how they might, I do feel like there needs to be more conversation. Now, having said that, basically, I support the personnel position. Having said that, I agree with Bob on everything regarding our deputy town manager. She got us through some very difficult times. She went through some very difficult times that were not warranted. She's done a great job. And so I guess for the most part, I am in agreement with Bob. Although Bob doesn't think we need a HR person. I do. But it needs to be a greater discussion. And I don't know how we do that and include it in this budget.
I don't know how we do that. I will follow up with my agreement on Bob to give it a little more context in that I was an HR person as part of, bizarrely enough, running like worldwide reinsurance facilities and doing peculiar accounting. But I actually was the HR person in an office of 35 people. And there is a belief that somehow the HR person is the magic solution to personnel problems. In practice, I have never seen a company where that really works out. In larger companies that have HR people, there is a lot of things for them to do, which really means that there's more people for them to deal with, there's more concerns to deal with, and sort of the modern HR person has become, in many cases, for larger companies, someone who works closely around benefit plans, educating employees around what their best options are. Because again, later in life, when I was we were doing some private label reinsurance work, I worked with a woman who was a SHRME, the official designation Society Human Resource Managers that you always see, the SHRM. And she got that designation so she could go as a peer, if you would, to like conferences and seminars and try to drum up business for us in terms of pushing benefit plans. And so I did spend some time in that world of seeing what people in that world did. And again, I'm going to say the bulk of their time, again, particularly in larger corporations, was spent in that arena. Was not really spent in, resolving employee concerns or contentious situations. And I don't see how in an office you said 66 people, but that includes like a lot of the part-time and firemen and stuff, right? We don't have 66 full-time.
We're up to closer to 80 in the summer.
Full-time employees, we have 66.
Close.
Yes.
Wow, that's a lot. We need to add, and we need to add more.
But that doesn't include fire, though.
No.
No.
That
That's not
66
including
number
fire,
does not
that's
include the fire
additional.
department.
No.
Yeah.
It includes Glenn.
But
Yes.
again,
Yeah.
it's, to me, I don't think unless we sit down carefully and go through sort of here is like a day-to-day responsibilities that an HR person is gonna do and gonna be successful doing. I am not ready to go there now. Which was a longer way of saying what I said at the beginning. I agree with Bob.
I guess I'm up next. It's a tough decision, it really is. I mean, I know the work that Georgiana's done, and, you know, when you look at this, you know, essentially we're running a business, is what we're doing. We're running the business of this town. You have to take the personal out of it, because that can make your decision-making very tough. I see where the town manager's coming from. If you look at a lot of surrounding towns of our size, they don't have extra help like that. Do we need a human resource manager? 100%. I've seen firsthand, I also, like everybody knows, I work on the fire department. I know the town employees very well. I hear the different issues. You know, so I'm in support of this, but I also agree with Bob. I think maybe we come up with a plan if we do eliminate that position, that we look at, you know, instead of a 3-month thing, because the budget's up on June 30th, we might be able to look at something a little bit longer term for it. You know, again, like I said, in any business, I've owned my own business for 15 years. I've had to let people go. I've had to hire people and let people go right away. It's not an easy decision to make. And you have, like I said, you have to take that personal aspect out of it. But we also have to look at it as, you know, seeing what's going on with the town employees in the different facilities. I strongly believe we do need an HR manager, and that's just my opinion.
I have nothing to add.
Excuse me, I'd like to say something.
Sure.
I have nothing to add. For the
Oh,
people in the back.
In the back.
Yeah, before you
I didn't
say-
think you were looking at me. Yes,
Before
sir.
you say anything,
Yeah.
you have nothing to add to what?
To this conversation, because I'm just taking it all in, trying to process
Okay,
what's
at
going
this
on.
time, you don't have anything to add?
Exactly.
Okay.
Without being
Gotcha.
too direct and asking for explanations of redundancy and things, which I just don't think we need to get into right now.
Yeah.
I don't have anything else to
Yeah.
add.
No, I just didn't understand where you were coming from.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
During my interviews, the board outlined, and Dan, you weren't part of that, clear expectations for what you wanted for a town manager role. I believe that I have assumed and fulfilled, I think, most of those responsibilities. Many of the previous duties to the deputy town manager at that time since have been absorbed by the town manager, whoever he or she would be. And by doing that, the position as deputy is absolutely, I'm sorry to disagree with everybody here, significantly diminished in responsibilities. In researching the position as deputy, we are the only community under 6,000 that has that position. Why that is, I don't know. I don't know when it was created, but based on the current operations we have, which I think I've done an adequate job, I just simply believe that this position is redundant for what the salary is. I don't think it's fair to the taxpayers, and it's not personal. It's just something I truly believe in. And I don't think keeping that position is in the best interest for the taxpayers of this community. It again is not personal, it's got nothing to do with job descriptions and all sorts of other things we could discuss. The HR person, you should not hire if you're gonna keep a town manager in a position in that as well as a deputy. That's a disservice, no matter how much it's needed, to the taxpayers, because you're adding $110,000 or $20,000 to the bottom line when all of you are sitting here talking about saving money. So, in essence, with all due respect, and it's, again, I'm gonna say this, it has nothing to do with the individual in the position is simply redundant and not needed. And you've made your decision, and that's all I could say. I don't think it deserves any further discussion. I don't think an HR position deserves any other further discussion either, because you all know you needed it when I was first interviewed. HR position and community development director. I think some of you remember those discussions. And you know what? This was the last one on the list that I feel is necessary for this, this staff that we have, that I don't think has been treated fairly over a long time, with all these issues with personnel. It is inefficient, it's so costly with legal fees that you all don't know. Dealing with HR, we have 2 long-term situations going down with HR. If an HR person was here, they would have been streamlined and not cost as much legally. So, you all have made your decision. Do I support anybody in a deputy position for another year? I do not think that's fair to the taxpayers. It's got nothing to do with the individual. I respect service, believe me, and years of things that went on here that were endured. But when I was hired to make some of the difficult decisions that you all have discussed with me. And this one, unfortunately, and it's not, again, something with a person in the position, is simply the wrong decision in my mind, and I have to say that to all of you. I'm not gonna sit here and start not being truthful, since I've been truthful the last 9 months to you all. So that's how I feel, and there's no reason to discuss it again with me or with anybody. I think you've made your decisions.
I don't think we made a decision, we're just talking about it.
You have given.
Working through it, we're working through it.
Which I think is part of the issue, because we're working through it on a very, very short time frame. And I think, regardless if you feel in favor or against an HR position, the discussion needs to be longer and more definitive. And I will say, because you brought up your interview process.
Yes.
I never, ever have said that we needed an HR position.
The majority of the people did during the interview.
I also would add that you repeatedly said in your part of the interview how much you are going to rely on the existing deputy town manager.
Sure.
And her experience, and draw from her.
Which I have.
So,
Which I have.
Mr. Manager, when we talked about hiring you, or even before we talked about hiring you, as I said in my opening statement, that we would wait for a new town manager to come in and see what direction he would advise the town to go. You have done that, no doubt about it. You've taken and cleaned up a lot of our back problems, no doubt about it. You have given us your viewpoint as to how the town should go and why. You make a very good comment supporting your reasonings as to why you think we should have a change. So I appreciate what you have done, because you've done what the Board of Selectmen asked you to do, basically. The town is running a lot more smoothly than it was. And the good thing is we locked you into a contract because the job you've done, you could ask for a lot more money.
You should read the contract, closer.
So, but then it comes down to the Board of Selectmen and whether or not we agree or disagree. Here's my personal feelings about it, okay? My personal feeling is you agree that this position should be eliminated for many good reasons, as you stated.
Okay.
I agree with your position and why you want to do it. As I said, if that office contained nobody right now today, it'd be a very easy decision to make,
Yeah, it would be.
okay? Dealing with an employee who has been with the town for over 30 years makes it a very difficult position
I agree.
to deal with. And I think that if we were to eliminate this, I would have to look at how do we take care of a 30-year employee who's dedicated herself to the town of Bridgton. We don't fire her in 4 months. And I use the word fire because we can say replace, be a nicer word, but the bottom line is firing her in 4 months without taking into consideration her 30 years of service and where we go down that road. Now, maybe you have taken
Give me a little
consideration.
credit. I have thought of all of these things.
Of
For,
course.
matter of fact, for a very long time.
Of course, and I leave that open to.
Okay, let's just be clear.
You often call me Mr. Obvious. Well,
Well,
I'm using that Mr. Obvious.
okay,
in
Captain
this
Obvious is
particular-
what I call you.
Captain Obvious.
Captain
thank you. Yeah, that's true, yeah.
So,
So you know.
oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
Yes,
Well,
thank you.
I'm basically finishing up to the saying that, let's say we eliminate the position of deputy town manager. One of the reasons I am against HR is a lot of people think the cure to their problem is hiring an HR person, whereas in all actuality, it doesn't necessarily cure their problem. It can in fact cause problems. It becomes a tool of management, and employees think that this is a tool for them, but I've seen it become a very strong tool for management where the employees have less, what do I want to say, less, an individual that they felt they can go talk to and take care of their problem.
Yes.
Turns out often, in this particular case, which is going on right now today, this is not something in the past.
Right.
It's going on today where you don't want to be called up by HR because it has become now a tool of management against personnel, not a tool of personnel, a place that they could talk about their problems.
Well,
with.
I've never done that, no matter where I've been. But that's
Whatever,
fine.
So,
I understand your point.
okay, so as I said, I'm not against eliminating the position for all the reasons you said, but I think we need to talk about this more down the line.
So, because this is familiar and kind of, so I support the HR position. In fact, I was one of the people from the very beginning that said that we need something.
You did.
So Dawn did put a lot of information in our book. So I support the position And actually listening to Bob kind of clarified what my serious issue is. My serious issue is that if we're going to eliminate the position of deputy town manager, we need to come up with a reasonable separation package. So this would not come to fruition until June 30th or June when we have town meeting. That will give us time to consider a separation package for the deputy town manager. It'll probably be several months before you hire anybody. So you're gonna be running without, short on staff for a little bit. So I see an HR director as being useful in many, many situations, not only in conflict resolution between management and staff, but also in the things that Dan brought up,
Yeah.
which is employee benefit packages,
yes.
training, setting up trainings throughout the system for whatever different departments need to make arrangements for that. I see numerous ways where we can refocus this position to take on new responsibilities, but also help alleviate some of the activities, say, like the finance director. Should the finance director be sitting down with a new employee and telling them what their benefits are? Well, that's what we have right now.
Yes, we do.
And she's doing a good job, but would we need a part-time person assisting two full-time people in a position if some of those duties weren't on their bailiwick?
Right.
But I was one that promoted a human resource person before we interviewed you. Long before we were in that position, that we were looking for a town manager. So I do believe we need it. My problem is dealing with a decent separation package for the position that we would be eliminating. Is that clear?
Yes,
Yeah.
Mary, I appreciate your difficult decisions that you have made also. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Terry, I couldn't hear you.
I appreciate the difficult decisions that Don has made also, and I appreciate the speed with which you have addressed my request, which were an economic or community development director, an HR director, and trying to restructure the wastewater billing. So thank you for that. I also agree that if this is the situation, I didn't realize that it would come at the expense of a department employee, but I understand what you're saying. And I also understand for you, Georgianne, having this discussion right here must be very uncomfortable. But I agree with Carmen's sensible offer that if it is going to happen, then we do discuss a separation package and talk about it a little bit further, because this is new news to me within the week also. Could you hear me okay back there? Okay.
I heard it.
No problem.
Thank you.
I would have to say that the separation package could be done with anybody at any time for any reason, being that the town manager may decide to leave after 10 years. And
7.
7? Oh, God, Don.
would have a separation package. Of course, I would hope at that time that would be his choice.
Well, no comment for that one.
Yeah. But in any case, it'd be a separation, and in this particular case, the individual that is sitting here, unfortunately, during this conversation, isn't asking for a separation package. Why? Because she's not asking to leave.
Mhm.
So that before we even started with this budget, I would have not imagined that the deputy town manager's position would be eliminated. But because the town manager has absorbed a lot of the work that the previous town manager did not do, as he was involved with a sewer system that occupied his whole time and depended a lot on the deputy town manager. But I don't care if you eliminate the position. And I don't care if you hire an HR individual.
Mhm.
I correct myself. I do care if you hire an HR
Well, I know how you
individual.
care.
Because I don't think we need it
Mhm.
because of what I think that it will end up as. The whole bottom line here, as far as I am concerned, is a separation package if the employee agrees upon it. But if the employee does not agree upon a separation package,
Mhm.
as an individual, because she has worked here 30 years and has done a good job, I have never looked at her employee file, but I understand it's pretty thin because there's not, if any, complaints within her file. So after 30 years, I think we owe that employee more than just a separation package and say goodbye. She has dedicated herself to the town, dedicated herself to multiple jobs within that town. So I think the town owes her more than hello and goodbye, thanks for your service, adios. I think that we should look at it as she served us for 30 years and we certainly owe her more than just that type of a separation. That's my main concern. If I was here in her position, I had myself in that position after handling 20 stores in advertising, and they told me they were deleting my position, and then offered me another position, which after talking to the wife, my wife told me check was more responsible than the title, and I ended up working for them for 6 more years, taking their check. So I think that in consideration of that, we should be dealing as HR people that you all are. We should be dealing with an employee concern that the HR person would deal with. And would probably recommend to the town manager some other way of handling this separation, which might be some other job, whatever. But I don't think a package in 4 months is quite the way of doing it. If I was an HR person, I would not recommend to you, Mr. Manager, that you handle it in that way.
I'm gonna say a couple other things, and I think it's time to move on.
I agree with you.
As long as I'm the town manager, I will do the best that I can do for not only the board, but the citizens and taxpayers of Bridgton. That's not gonna change as long as I'm here. I have some things that are very important to all of us that we are working on, that I will pursue and continue to while I'm here. I'm not going to discuss your feelings on separation packages and staying a year or any of those other things. You've made your positions pretty clear to me, and I understand and respect them. But as long as I'm here, I will do my job that I'm supposed to be doing. And that's the last I'm gonna discuss on that. That's all. I mean, I don't think we should discuss it any further, because you've all said what you feel. That's what we're supposed to do.
I agree.
I
Good.
agree, and I think
Good.
what we need to do, since we're in a budget meeting, and we need to put forward budget figures to be approved by, or rejected by the voters
Yes.
on March 24th, I think for the purposes of that particular mission, I would be fine putting in administration total payroll expenses of 300,000, and instead of 288,000, I'd say 300,000 just to keep it in the round, and go from there. In the meantime, we should have the select board and the town manager should have those discussions around the best way for the taxpayers to get their money out of, to get what they need done in administration.
Well,
I think we should vote on this, as the town manager has put it. It's gotta go to the voters, and, we've got separation package would be separate from this. I think we should vote on this, or do a consensus vote on this line item, as we have everything else.
Two separate parts of the line item? In other words, there's really two different, completely different items.
there are.
Mixed in here. One is an elimination of position. The other is a creation of an HR manager. There is no, other than the fact that they occur within the same department, there should really be no relationship between those two. So when you say vote on them, it would seem like we would vote on two separate issues.
No, I think we should vote on it the way it's written.
The way it's presented.
Well, you can vote on it the way it's presented, but from the feelings I get from everybody, you're not going to pass that, so we can,
How do you get that feeling?
I don't know, with the language in here, in the first, are you going to leave it or take out anything on the first line is my question to you, because they're two separate issues. Human resource, yes or no, should have been separate.
No, my only thing left in the air is separation.
Well,
Right, so I think what you're saying is you want to vote on it as it's written.
Yes.
Okay. Not eliminating anything out
that's
of
what I'm
that line.
saying,
Yep. So,
that's where I'm coming from, I'm not trying to lead this.
It eliminates one position, it creates the other position. Handling the separation is a entirely different issue and is not necessarily need to be a part of this budget.
I understand.
Because we don't even know if the taxpayers will vote to pass it. I'm just trying to be as clear and concise as possible.
The only difficulty I have with that, for example, is if someone believes absolutely against the creation of a human resource manager, then they would have to vote against this, whether they agreed or disagreed with the elimination of the town deputy manager position, right? Because it's an and. So, it's hard to pin down what,
I agree with that.
If you vote for that, if you put this up for a consensus
yeah,
and it fails,
Then we have another
then we will
discussion.
work it.
Right.
That's correct. That's the way it should be.
So we put the question out to vote, or consensus, as it's written. If it fails, then we then have to go into another discussion. But we could sit here for the next half an hour discussing how we're gonna vote on this.
Well, that's.
If this person does this and this person does that,
okay.
let's call the question.
I just think it's fine to combine it, but I don't have a problem. I mean, I don't have a problem if the consensus of the group is that's how.
Then let's get the
if that's how
consensus.
they wanna handle it.
Right, so let's get the consensus as it stands right now.
Okay, and I will vote against the dual issue of town manager, deputy town manager elimination and creation of human resource manager, because anything that had creation of
Okay,
human
you
resource
voted,
manager, I
Carmen?
voted.
I'm a yes.
Bob? Yes,
Yes.
consensus. Let's move on.
Yes.
All right, we're moving on. Well, next, I actually have a question, after all that discussion. The hourly number, executive assistant,
That's right.
it says current is $32.50.
It is now.
The last year's budget that was approved said that the ending salary of the executive assistant was $29.50.
That's correct.
So it moved at some point from $29.50 to $32.50.
It did.
It did, without any kind of anything.
Correct. She has been handling quite a few other, well, matter of fact, she's been inherited doing and checking on payroll, which was never in her job description. She's been handling the senior assistance program for 3 or 4 months a year, which she was never compensated for. And there's a couple other things that she has been doing that I think should have been much more compensated for. So my feeling is she's much underpaid. In fact, just listen to me, and I'm not defending her because she's sitting next to me.
I'm not asking about her pay, I'm asking about the town manager role and being able to increase salaries.
Well, Bob did it all the time, you didn't know that?
Bob did it all the time.
I mean, gosh, this is
No,
the,
and well, let's return to your interview process.
let me just tell you, Paul, that somebody at this table and I have this from 3 or 4 different people, that this individual was only a secretary. Okay?
That what?
She's only a secretary. So let me just say for the record, I appreciate good people, regardless of what department they're in. I've defended them. You question the foreman's increases, which is your right, and I told you my feelings about being fair to people, okay? So, this individual has done more for the budget process than almost anybody. That deserves something.
I would like to speak, Mr. Town Manager, because I'm not at all talking about that. I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about, the process.
I'm talking about the process.
That's right.
Because when you interviewed with me, I gave you a situation where the prior town manager we had approved a salary for a hire.
Mhm.
All new hires are always assumed to start on July 1. That's how the process works.
Yep.
He waited 3 months, hired the person on whatever that is, October 1st, and said, oh, we have in the budget X amount of dollars, so now I am going to hire that person at a salary that uses those 3 months when the person wasn't there, and so they hired him at a much higher salary. You said to me, that shouldn't be allowed, that's wrong.
I did.
And I agreed with you because I said, yes.
And I'm
the town-
telling you-
The town manager should not be adjusting salaries,
Oh.
no matter how well deserved, after.
Well, boy,
after
you've
the
been
fact.
sleeping for 9 years.
After the fact.
Because you have allowed it to happen in a much more egregious decision than this. And you should be ashamed of yourself for even worrying about a couple extra dollars.
6,000.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
I am not, because again.
Well, I know you're not.
Again, I have brought it to your attention.
You did, you just did, and I disagree with
In
you.
the interview process.
No, forget that. We interviewed a lot of different discussions on my 3 interviews, by the way. You made your point.
So, now I'm asking you, on a go-forward basis, you believe that we're spending all this time discussing this
spending
budget
on
and
all this
individual,
time.
across all these departments on individual salaries, and yet when we walk out of here and we reach consensus,
Yeah.
you're saying you can change them anyways.
I didn't say all of them. This is one individual that deserved it, was never given anything fairly or unfairly. And I made a judgment call. And if you want to eliminate me from the position on a couple dollars an hour, take a vote here, sir.
I'm not eliminating you for any.
Because you're taking time out of a $27 million budget to discuss this.
So he is in charge of personnel, and he gave her a merit raise.
Jeez.
He's within the budget. People give merit raises. He is in charge of personnel.
It wasn't a $40,000 increase in a salary that maybe some other people have done since they've been here, Paul.
Why would we have these discussions around COLA increases, merit increases, if the town manager can say, with good reason, whatever, with good reason, hey, I think this person should be paid more? What is the control on that, if any?
Oh. I don't even have a further comment for this. I think this is an insulting discussion, quite frankly.
I'm gonna do the same thing I did before. Can we get a consensus on this line item so we can move on?
You mean on the full budget?
No, just on that
Just
one
full-
line item that he wants to sit here and debate for the next hour.
I'm okay.
Yes,
Are you okay with the raise?
yes.
Are you okay with the raise?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I be okay with running to the restroom?
Thank you.
All right, we're on, and I think this is, I was thinking this was a different category. I think we'll be quick, we should have probably covered these, to get out of here, but, capital expenditures. Property capital outlays greater than 2,000, number 294 in the book.
Paul, just a point of order. Did we approve the administrative one? 'Cause the last vote I
Fine, the
called
whole-
for was just that one line
The
item.
whole
Yes.
department.
Oh,
We didn't
okay.
do the whole department.
Okay,
I don't think. Am I correct in
No,
that?
you're right.
Okay,
You're
thank you.
right.
can we
Thank
reach?
you.
I don't believe I had any other questions.
I'm good.
I'm good.
I'm good.
All right, yeah, officially for the record, we have consensus on the
Thank
record.
you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Can we turn our attention to capital expenditures, which has 2 entries. One is paving for $575,000, which is a decrease from last year's budget of $700,000. I think the town manager spoke to that at the very beginning. And the second one is, the second entry is the fire department SCBA bottles. Trying to say that 10 times fast. And that is another contribution to building up the reserve for the replacement of those bottles when they come due. I have no questions on this item.
I can't even find it, so.
It's very, very, very back. It's right there.
Way back. It's not
You don't wanna
even
go way
turning
back,
the
it's
page.
way back.
Way back.
Those are the items.
Well, you don't have to wait for me.
It's two items,
Consensus then?
two items.
Are those two items? Yeah, looks like consensus, unless Dan, you
Yeah,
have.
I'm good.
Good. All right, we turn, now you have to go all the way to the front after making you go all the way to the back. To go to 029. Other general government. This was not where I thought we were gonna head, but there we are. Oh, this is, other general government is the Lake Region TV and oddly enough, the contingency fund. I don't know why they're in this particular general government, but I guess they don't belong anyplace else. And
I have no problem with this,
I have no problem with it.
I'm good with it.
very appreciative of Lake Region TV.
Very good.
I have a question on it. My only question is, I guess it would be a future date. I don't even know if they have a reserve account for their equipment.
For what?
For their equipment, because equipment changes. And I guess if that happens, then we'd give them more money.
Who, Lake Region TV?
I'm sorry, Lake Region TV. Because we're giving them 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 37.
Yeah.
Other purchases services are 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 37. All right. In the future, we could just give them more money, that's all, I guess.
Well, why don't you propose it?
Because we're getting 51,375 to offset the cost up to 37. I think we'd have to talk to our good friend at the TV station to see if any money is needed more for equipment, which we could take up at a later
Excuse me,
date.
Bob? I can get Tyler, he's right there, if you want to speak to him.
Okay?
So,
There he is.
does that Spectrum Charter franchise fee, does that offset some other part of this budget?
Offset, we get something every year from them, it's been decreasing, but does it offset anything there? I don't know if it
Just the
offsets.
general fund? I mean,
Should be in the revenue, right, or
Yeah.
the
Yes.
010
Yes.
someplace in there.
66,000 last year, I think it's 50-something this year. Yeah, they just tell us what they're gonna give us, unfortunately. Hi, Tyler.
Hello. It's weird to be on this side.
Yeah, I bet.
I slightly did. If you don't mind repeating the question that you had.
The question I would have, Tyler, is we received 51,375 from Spectrum for the television connections that we have. You're taking 37,000. My question is, do you need any more money out of that 51,375 for any equipment improvement of that nature?
I would certainly say yes, because we're also trying to provide internships as well outside of the equipment costs for the local high schoolers. So we're trying to provide that sort of service to keep the kids here in the community as well. So we're trying to eventually like to create careers for them so that if they have an interest in broadcast, they can cover meetings like this or other events that might be in the community.
So I guess my question would go back to you is, do you need an increase of what you're getting right now for, you're getting 37,000, do you need an increase of that?
I would I would like to say yes to that. I guess I was going off of last year's numbers in terms of the 37. Part of me wanted to kind of prove ourselves before asking for an increase. But if the board was interested in giving us more of the 51, then I would certainly be gracious and say, thank you and would approve of it. We'll be thankful for it. Because we're trying to be out more than we've been out in years past of covering different events for the town of Bridgton.
How much more money do you think you need?
That's a nice question to ask.
I certainly do want to, I mean, if possible, if the full 51 is available, that would be certainly appreciated as we're trying to grow and help the town of Bridgton with what you guys offer for the residents.
I would say, Bob, if you turn a couple pages and you get to what would be page 6, there's a program budget that they submitted that shows town of Bridgton amount requested is 37, but it shows town of Bridgton funds total cost at 41,145. So that it's one more, I think it's one more page from there, or one page back from there, I'm sorry. There you go. Program budget, you see at the bottom where he requested the 37, but he listed the town of Bridgton funds total cost at 41,145. So if you wanted to try to settle on a number that's larger than the 37, that would be a sort of documented number.
Yeah, I would recommend that, yeah. I see where you're coming from. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
I would go along with that.
Yeah. So the total amount would be 41.
41,145.
45.
Carmen, what do you think?
I rarely give people more than they ask for, but I probably wouldn't.
You want to stick at 37?
No, I really don't want to stick at 37, but maybe 40.
I can go, how about you, Dan? Carrie?
Well, my question would be, so we get the 51,375, and let's say we went to the 41,000, where does that other 10,000 go? Does that go into a reserve for them, or does that go into our general
Goes into our
general budget?
It reduces the tax burden.
My opinion, I would have went with like 44. But again, and the reason I say that is.
It's getting crazier down on this end.
It is, but the reason I say that is, and I'm gonna go back to a comment Mr. McCatton made earlier. We care about our kids and trying to get them into some type of, even if it's a small paid internship, to come in and help out. There's a lot of events that I can tell you over the last 12 years that I ran the Winter Carnival, I never saw anybody from LRTV. But I can tell you over the last couple of years, I don't know if it was you that was there that day, you gotta mind you, I dealt with over 800 people that day, so I don't remember everybody, but I know LRTV was there. And I had a conversation with somebody, whether it was you, again, we were all bundled up in different, I remember faces, that's why I was like, I thought it was you. But it's helpful to have those kids come in and give them a little bit of, stipend of some sort to help them get into the technology aspect of it. I kind of look at the whole aspect of you're not gonna get a good job if you don't go to college. It's not necessarily true. You go to a trade school or you go to somebody that does like photo and videography courses. There's a great career in that, but there's just not enough of it around here. I do see that it's starting to come back a little bit, and I think, by them having a little bit more money, but I mean, I'd be okay with the 41,000 that's in there for the total cost, you know, and then we look at it next year, you know. As Carmen said, she doesn't like to give more than what was requested, that's a hint towards here for next year.
That's right.
But I would be okay with going up to, you know, the 41, whatever the number was on that page there.
41,145.
Thank you.
Again, I picked it because it's documented. It's an
Yep.
example. This is what we got. What about you, Karen?
Well, I like even numbers, so I would say 42, but I'll go along with that. Thank you, it's
So
great to see.
42, 44, 40, 41, we're right there, so
Average it out, average it out.
let's go 41, 145.
It's great
All
to
right,
see you
so
out
we
in
have
the
a
community.
consensus on
Thank you, it doesn't go unnoticed.
41,145.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
All right, did you get all that over there?
I got it.
All the outside agencies out there, don't get too hopeful.
Yeah, right.
All right. Motion to adjourn for today and resume tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Well, just to make point of order again, Paul, we need to vote on the whole number 29, not just the 41, 145.
Oh, okay, I thought we had voted on the contingency. All right.
Yeah,
Adding in the contingency.
thank you. Yes.
All right, consensus. There we go.
What are you guys gonna do? This one or at the end?
Motion to adjourn for the day and resume tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Second?
Thank you.